do.
Put a banana in your
Thanks,
ear.
Keaton. Hello. Welcome to Danganronpa Night. Yay! Hi. Hello, Twitch side to Blaze and Keaton. Hello, YouTube side to Guy and Fluffy and Wak. I really don't know how to say your name, dude. Sorry. Joshua, welcome in. Habari is hungry. Hi, hungry. I'm Neko. No Sleep for Kaname Date is out. I know. I own it. Blaze gifted it to me. We will be playing it as soon as I finish 1 and 2, which we're still speeding through. Mari, hello. Cloth, your new dock came in today for your Switch. You had 2 massive burritos and you want more? I mean, feed your soul, bitch. By the way, I think finally for the first time, I got the one that Blaze was worried I would get the first time. I don't think I've ever gotten this one before. Ah, Habari. Well, I mean, sounds like it's time for you to take an extra shift. I'm kidding. DBZ Chunks fan, welcome in. Did I say that already? I don't know. Hello. Fluffy got a 3-star power spark. Fluffy better put that as a borrowing horse. To make it last week because the power was out. Oh. How many things does Blaze gift me? I'm spoiled. Between him and Cryo, I get gifted so much crap. I mean, to be fair though, every single item that goes into either of our Steam libraries or any of our Steam libraries is all of ours, because we have a Steam fam. Oh my god, Barbie! Worse. Thank you. Let me see. You got Party Yoshi K, TJ Lucario, and Nochi. Oh my god, you got my stepmom. And Hobby Bugs. Very nice. Turns out Apple Microphone does not know how to spell they. Very fun. You did. You got a Lucario. All right, who's ready? Last time we left off, we finished investigating. I mean, to be fair, Habari has been gifting so much lately. Thank you so much, Habari. Memberships on YouTube are only $2. Consider it. We do fun stuff. And the emotes are legendary. Okay. Here we go. Who's ready for this trial? Here we go. You didn't have enough time to catch up? You were very busy? Oh, well, Mari, we found Setsuka in literal pieces. It was a very cruel killing. Yes. Hi, Cryo. Hi. She was here and there and there and there and there and there and there and there. And over there, yes. Don't lose your heads about what happened last stream, yeah. Ah! Ow! Cry out! Hey, if you're gonna bonk me on the head before I leave, please give me a kiss. Chat, he came in here and bonked me. Have a good night, everyone. Meow! Cryo came in and bonked me. Yeah. deserve. To be fair. The elevator, as always, made heavy metal sounds as it slowly descended downward. And like always, nobody says a word. It's as if it's an unspoken rule that we should remain silent for now. I have no idea what the other students are thinking about in this moment, or what the blackened amongst us is scheming right now. Ow. Hello, Noi Farlow.
So you've come! Now hurry! To your seats, off with it!
Off with your head? Whoa, what's with the rush?
Do you have any idea what time it is right now? It's already nighttime! It's bad for your health to sleep late, so as your teacher, I'm just trying to save some time.
Do you really think anyone here is worried about their health right now? How can a sane person worry about their health on a life or death situation like this? Move, hostess girl, and to your seat. We've got no time to waste. I think even he was shaken by this one. And what? What's gotten into you, all of them? Yoriko, calm down. We all know we can just ignore that guy. Don't tire yourself trying to argue with him, and just focus on the trial.
There are already 5 death portraits, so there's only 11 of us left?
There's about to be 9. I'm still betting it's both. Siobai did not care about the body. I mean, he actually kind of was investigating this time. 9 or 8? No, you mean 10 or 9. Who died this time? Setsuka, our billiards player. You're having trouble focusing, trying to picture what happened last time? Mari, I highly recommend that you at least go see what happened. I mean, the VODs are there. It's pretty close to the end last time. It was pretty brutal. And someone amongst those 11 will die on the spot. Granted that we get the killer right, that is.
Mom! Dad! Sis, stop crying. We need to find the baddie who killed Setsuka.
Setsuka's death must have been painful. To tear a person's body like it's a toy. I can't forgive such an act. Both Emma and Hajime committed terrible acts as well. But this went too far. We're not dealing with a culprit. We're dealing with a monster. How could you do such a thing to a friend that we bonded with? Bro. I agree. We could always depend on Setsuka. If I knew this was gonna happen to her, I would have tried to get closer to her. You crying? Says who? Everyone, we need everyone's help to find the killer this time. Whatever their objective may have been, they went too far. Let's avenge Setsuka's death.
Very well. It seems like you're all mentally prepared. Neko didn't do it! Let's start the show. Dead or Alive, the third class trial.
Setsuka. Oh, there you go. The always caring, dependable Setsuka. We would have been doomed if it weren't for her support all this time. I don't know what we're gonna do without you from now on. But for now, we will avenge you. We will find the devil who made you suffer so much. Their identity will be revealed here and now. Yeah, it was bad. It was brutal. With everyone preparing themselves, we now stand on the path of life or death. The trial of life or death. The lies of life or death. The betrayals of life or death. The truth of life or death. The excuse of life or death. The trust of life or death. Life or death. The class trial. Yeah, we can save again. Do 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 do. Ba-do ba-do ba-do. Okay, let's get some skills. You mean it kind of depends on how conscious she was and where the culprit started in chopping in terms of how much she would have suffered? Yeah, with the amount of blood, though. I didn't mean specifically on her, not... Alright, so... we want this. Free movement during logic craft. This would be really good. I think I'm gonna turn off the money. Yeah, I mean, taking off the money lets us equip literally everything we've got. I think we might have to. I can't imagine being awake during that. Let's start the class trial.
Let's start with the basic rules of the class trial.
You want to make a reference to a scene, but it's a spoiler? I mean, don't do that then. A stretch, thank you. Hello, Lady of Crows.
Banana in your ear.
I saw that, Boba. Blah, blah, blah. Result of your votes. Blah, blah, blah. Blacken. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Punishment. Was this place always this huge? It's probably because there's a lot less of us now. Alright, 5 have already died. There's only 11 left. They all left us one by one. Everybody, we're just starting here, so let's put away our negative thoughts for now. If we don't get a hold of ourselves, we could be very well following the footsteps of those 5.
He's right. We need to only focus on finding the culprit.
Yeah, about that. I really have no idea this time. Can we really solve the case this time?
It's alright. We have Kanade. She did most of the heavy lifting last time, so for this case...
And what if Kanade's the culprit?
Then I guess it would be the end for us. What happened to your happy state, Kuroha?
Kanade, thanks for lurking. Wing it. How's the case going? I mean, we just started. Why don't you stick around for a while? Maybe you'll find out.
Because Kokuro's already dead. And if it weren't for Kanade last time, we'd all be dead. If that Kanade's our enemy, then that means we have no brains on our side anymore.
Iroha, don't be so sure of that until the very end. Don't just give up on us yet, alright? Even if each of us aren't perfect on our own, that's why the trials exist. Who's the killer for this one? I think it's funny that they're like, oh, what if Kanade's the killer? Because I think it's both Hibiki and Kanade. I think it's the twins. For us to debate through this together. Your mom is the killer. Yeah. You're not doing well? You actually really liked Setsuka? I'm so sorry. I couldn't have said it better myself. They say, what begun is half done. And I'd say this was one of our better start-offs, so that means... Would you believe it? We're already halfway through. My, that lifts my spirits up. I'll do my very best in this trial as well.
Shutting up is the best you can do for us, so shut it.
Kanade's always so rude in the class trials for nothing. Guy! Zai, how could you? That's rough. That's so rough. Oh boy. Quiet, everyone. Shinji's right. Let's get this thing together and find out the culprit. That's what Setsuka would say if she was here, right? And our other social butterfly, Hibiki, is in, well, that state.
Don't worry about sis. She's just a bit shocked. She'll be okay in a while.
Alright, let's start this thing. But as always, finding the blessed place to start is the hardest task.
Mr. or Miss Culprit, please raise your hand. I thought it was worth a try.
Well, should we go over the basic outline of the case? Wait, there's something I want to clear up first.
Yuki, what is it?
Zion, she had a Roblox test. Wow, could you? I just couldn't keep it. Oh my god, guys. Y'all are harsh. You all read the Monaco file, right? The file this time around is honestly very poorly written. I mean, it doesn't even show the time of death.
Did it?
Wait, but didn't Kokoro's case file also hide the time of death from us? Reminds me of a Papa Roach song. Please, Jesus Christ.
That was because Kokoro's corpse was frozen, making it difficult to determine the exact time of death. In Yuri's case, it was clearly different.
Whose case?
Except for exceptional cases, it should be given that the time of death should always be shown to us.
Monaco, care to explain this?
My, am I the one at fault again?
You're clearly hiding important information that's crucial for us to figure out what's going on in this case. Yorko, please. There's no need for such harsh words. Yeah, for real, Aaron. It does annoy me for some reason. And the Monaco files aren't your gaming walkthroughs. Sometimes we're forced to leave some details out. What do you mean by that?
Let me explain. Well, in short, it's for the fairness of the trial. There are two cases where the Monaco file leaves out information. First, are cases where it's just simply impossible to include that information. The prime example being Kokoro's frozen body, making it impossible for us to find the time of death. And the other case is where the missing detail is exactly what the culprit intended.
Wait, come again? For example, let's say our culprit used some tricks so that we can't easily determine the murder weapon. But then, if the Monaco file says the murder weapon is a knife, all the hard work done by the culprit would go to waste, no. In these cases, we intentionally leave out information about the murder weapon. Or at least make it very vague. What? First time I've heard of such a rule. Because up till now, there was no need for that rule. Jesus, guys. Nova, hello, welcome in.
It's exactly as Mikado said. This case is such an example of that rule. How's that fair? You're giving the culprit an edge.
No, not entirely. If they hid the time of death, that means there was a reason to do so by the culprit. In other words, when did Setsuka actually die? We should start from there. We're coping through humor. That's very true. We're coping through humor. Oh. Yep. Debate. Blah, blah, blah. Evidence to refute. Blah, blah, blah. We're good. I didn't actually mean to click to read this. Here we go. We have the nice Dangan fix button. Yay. Oh man, this is gonna help so much. This one perk. Oh, when did Setsuka die? The last time we saw Setsuka in person.
Was during the breakfast meeting.
We found the corpse around 8 in the evening, right?
So between morning and evening.
Isn't that too long of a gap? help that. There is no witness who saw Setsuka after breakfast between when we last saw her and the time of discovery of her death. We just have to randomly search between those timestamps. Is there another way to estimate the time of Setsuka's death? The body was found in the ghost house, so in one way or another, Setsuka must have entered there. If we had some clue that related to that, we could probably get a better estimate of Setsuka's time of death. Okay. Oh, that's not it? Okay. Then it's the other one. It's the one about the time. It's the other one he did. I really thought it was going to be that. I don't think that's... Wait, maybe it was... Wait, what? Okay, I didn't get that last time. So then I was right. Oh, did I shoot between the words? You're right. That's so bullshit. I was right. Don't womp me. No, Nikkei, perhaps we can narrow that time frame further. Huh? There was something that came to me while I was investigating. Setsuka's body was found in the ghost house, right? So by looking at the gate records, we can probably deduce something. Agreed. After all attractions in Satsuki Land require us to input our handbooks. And the gate keeps track of all those records down to every minute.
Wait, the gate does record timestamps, but they don't show whoever it was that entered, so we don't know which of those records is Setsuka.
Thanks, guy.
No, not exactly. Just like Sora said, we can assume that the time period that Setsuka died using the date records.
Kanade. You can assume the time range just from the gate records?
Sora, did you perhaps happen to write down the gate records?
Well, yes, I did.
Now we're talking. Please, everyone, take a look at this.
All right, let's take a look. We have lots of ins and not a ton of outs.
These are the gate records of the ghost house for today.
Oh wait, Sora, you sure you got everything right? If you, by any chance, got anything wrong, we'll be going on a wild goose chase.
Don't worry, it matches with the real one. I have it perfectly memorized.
If you say so. Well, see, all those ones that are at 1958 were us going in to discover the body. I'm not going to type a whole lot, because you think you might know the answer. Okay. Thanks, Cloth. If you say so.
Since the timestamps are very crucial to this case from now, let's all refer to the 24-hour clock to avoid confusion. Let's go over them one by one. Now, the most important ones are the ones between 1755 and 1942. These 4 records were at 1958, or when Sora, Shinji, Yuki, and I found the body. We can ignore these.
Oh, wait. If these are the records for the whole day, then does that mean the first time anyone entered the ghost house today was at 1755?
Correct, and someone else soon followed 2 minutes later. This was probably Setsuka. How can you tell just by the timestamps?
I don't think that was Setsuka. Oh, I see. This ID had no out records. This must have been Setsuka who entered the ghost house and was murdered there.
Exactly. In other words, the murder couldn't have happened at any point before 1755, where the ghost house was first used by someone.
I don't think this is right.
Wait, but these 4 records at 1958 don't have any out records as well. Wait. Oh, yeah. They disable the gate system when a body's found. I almost dropped the F-bomb on you. Good on you for avoiding it that time.
Jesus Christ. So let's see. We can assume that the person who entered in 1755 is the culprit. They somehow managed to call Setsuka to the ghost house and entered before her. And probably ambushed her as soon as she entered.
Yep, so the time of Setsuka's death would be between 1755 and 20 when the body was found.
I don't think that this is right.
There was a long period of time before anyone else entered the ghost house since Setsuka entered. The culprit probably used this time to dismember Setsuka's body. Dismember. Just thinking about it. Ugh.
Wait, what? Something felt a little off just now. We received a message from Setsuka right before the parade that she had some business to attend. That was when she had gone to the ghost house to meet the culprit. Wait, isn't something... Oh wait, something's wrong here.
What?
Shinji just reminded me by bringing up the chat room. If Setsuka was ambushed from entering the ghost house at 1755, then what's up with that message she sent long after that? Oh, you mean the one you guys told me about, the devil or whatnot. That was around 20. Oh, what is it?
Nothing. I just couldn't help but marvel at your stupidity, Yoriko.
She's even harsher this time than usual. Hello, Alex. Welcome in. What did you say?
Didn't we just go over this? Who cares what the screen says about whoever sent the message? Obviously, the culprit stole the handbook from Setsuka to send us that message. She's right. You can use the fingerprints to turn the handbooks on. You can send as many fake messages as you like. Just like how Emma acted as Kokoro.
Wait, there's something else that's bothering me. If the culprit entered at 1755 and Setsuka at 1757, who's the person that entered at 1924 and left at 1936? That's probably me. Kanade and Aroha should remember that, right? When we were searching for Setsuka in Block A.
Oh, you're right. You'd gone into the ghost house.
Wait, what? Then shouldn't you have seen the culprit? What do you mean by that? I mean, think about it. The culprit entered at 1755 and left in 1942. If what Kanade said was true, she'd have stayed inside of the ghost house, taking care of the body. So that means the culprit was in there when you entered the ghost house. That's what I was wondering about, Nikkei. If Kanade's reasoning is true, then I should have seen the culprit. And the ghost house had a blackout at that time, correct? Maybe you missed them in the darkness. There's no way that could have happened. I searched every corner. I don't think you can miss someone even in the dark who's cutting up a whole human body.
Sora, are you sure you searched everywhere?
Of course, I know it was dark, but...
No, not then. After the body was found, when you were investigating. The lights were definitely on, so if you searched thoroughly, you should have seen that place, right?
That place? Was there any room for the culprit to hide to take care of the body? There was. Is she talking about the place in the entrance? It would be here. Are you talking about the folding screen near the entrance? So you're suggesting that the culprit hid behind that?
Zion! Exactly. I'm sure you've all seen it, but the trail of blood in the ghost house all originates from a large pool of blood behind the folding screen. The culprit moved the folding screen from the wall to create a small room between them. With the ghost house being dark, it'd be extremely difficult to figure out that there was some room behind it. So that's where the culprit was cutting up Setsuka.
There was a blackout at the ghost house. Someone really performed such a delicate process in a dark room like that.
That's not really a problem. Only 3 people, Setsuka, the culprit, and Sora, entered the ghost house. And all they had to do was finish the job before 1923, when Sora entered the ghost house.
Hello, lovely night, welcome in. And that would also explain the fireplace being put out. And it doesn't contradict with our parade schedule.
Could someone sort this out for me? I have no idea what's going on. It's simple. The person who entered at 1755 and left at 1942, that person is the culprit.
So we should ask for everyone's alibi at that time. The people who don't have an alibi would be... Well, first we have to exclude the people that watched the parade. The parade started at 1800 and ended a little over 1900 after all.
And who are those people?
Me, Yuki, Yoriko, Shinji, and Kanade. And Nikkei.
Nikkei, I thought you said you were gonna act alone.
I was there for an article experience. I didn't expect them to be there. And they'll try to divide us into separate teams. This is not time for personal feelings to get involved.
Wait, you forgot me.
Aroha, but you weren't with us at the parade. Well, she did meet up with us right after the parade had ended, so she does have an alibi. The culprit left the ghost house at 1942, so she couldn't have been the culprit.
Thank goodness.
So the ones who weren't there are...
Mikado, Tsuruya, Yobai. And Sis.
So the culprit's among those 4? Well then, we don't even have to think about it. It's either Mikado or Tsuyobai. Wait, we do have to think thoroughly about this, bro. Please don't recklessly act by your emotions. What? Yuki, did you call me reckless? You were definitely right. Good. Shouldn't act by my emotions. And I blame Sora because she was sleeping because of the drugs. But we were there at the time that they think this happened. Okay, like we were with them when it quote unquote happened. So I don't think at this point at least, they're not gonna blame us. I mean, yeah. Alright, enough chit-chat over there, you 4. One by one, tell us what you were doing between 1755 and 1942. Mikado, Tsuruya, Yobai, and Hibiki. It's true that these 4 without any alibis are the most suspicious here. Let's hear what they have to say. What were you 4 doing then? I was simply raising my MP in my room. We're serious here, you scum!
I was at the mart doing my item checkout. I don't have any proof though. Sis, what were you doing all day? I don't know, I really don't. I didn't go anywhere today.
That skill is really nice. Yobai, it's your turn. Library, reading books.
Whoa, he's not sleeping for once.
If we were to follow Kanade's reasoning, there's definitely a suspicious person out of these 4. There must be someone here that's lying. Let's go over them one by one. Hold on. I'm pretty sure... Oh, cancel. Trying to remember what the button is to actually, like, look at the... I'm pretty sure Aroha's account was that she saw Hibiki. Yeah. Okay. Hibiki, wait, so you're telling me you didn't go anywhere today? Then how do you explain the existence of a witness seeing you enter the ghost house?
Oh, what?
Aroha said she saw you there, right, Aroha?
Oh yeah, I saw her a bit before 1800, as I was going to the Mirror Mansion after receiving a message from Setsuka. Wait, 1755, that matches with the timestamp on the gate. That was when I saw her, I'm sure of it. Oh, what?
Hibiki entered the ghost house at 1755. Are you sure about that, Aroha?
I'm positive. It was definitely Hibiki. She wandered about until finally entering that place. Oh, what are you talking about? I never entered there. I never went there. She's crying.
Perhaps Aroha took someone else for Hibiki. She is an idiot after all.
I don't want to hear that from the likes of you. Aroha's account has some validity, though. Part of her account was already told to us by her even before the crime happened. That she was supposed to meet with Setsuka at the Mirror Mansion at 6.
Considering both from a location and time standpoint, it does sound persuasive. Then does this mean... Hibiki's the culprit?
Why am I the culprit? No, I'm not. I don't remember anything. I just can't recall anything. I'm scared. Suka, help me. Sis, wake up. Setsuka's not here anymore. I know I'm the one who caused this, but maybe we should think about this a bit more.
It feels way too easy, Aaron.
Hibiki's been tired ever since yesterday's motive reveal, and to make things worse, Setsuka's no longer with us to comfort her. I'm not saying that my account is false, but the trial just started. I can't help but feel bad for Hibiki.
You got a point, but you can't really deceive gate records. The crime did happen in the ghost house, and by the gate record, the person who entered at 1755 is the culprit. And Hibiki is that person.
Hibiki, if you're really innocent, answer us. What were you doing at that time? I don't know. I can't remember. I just can't.
My, it seems we have a total babbledy on our hands. Well, I think we're pretty much done here. As Yuki said, the gate records are decisive evidence. She probably didn't expect her trails to be caught by the gate records. There's no doubt that she's the culprit. Don't you think she's acting a bit weird if she's the culprit? Kanade, what do you think about this? She's your family. Do you think she's the culprit?
To be honest, I figured this would happen since the investigation.
What do you mean?
Sis was always like that. The more she's cornered, the more she reverts back to her childlike manner. And if that was brought back to its extreme, she loses her memory.
What kind of nonsense is that?
It's something that only I knew. When her puppy that she raised when she was young died. When her best friend was severely injured after falling down the stairs. When some of the melody rhythm staff went missing. And so it repeats today as well. You all saw it, right? Sis being frozen like a lifeless puppet? I suspected this from her amnesiac state back at the trial entrance. I don't know! I don't know anything! Ah!
In other words, Hibiki did indeed murder Setsuka, but she herself doesn't recall it.
That's indeed a possibility. Doesn't all this sound too unrealistic?
It does sound like nonsense, but Hibiki's state ever since yesterday's motive reveal was extremely unnatural. It might actually be true. Wait, Kanade, isn't that a contradiction? Hibiki being mentally unstable, killing the only person who was keeping her sane. Doesn't make sense.
If Sis really is the culprit, I might have an idea on why she killed Setsuka.
And why's that?
Each of Setsuka's body parts were laid on each pillar at the altar, right? Did anyone take a glance at the signpost in front of the altar?
Sacrifice your precious one, then the devil will be incarnated in front of you to grant your wishes. Or something along those lines. You don't say.
Yep, Setsuka was someone really precious to Sis. She killed and butchered Setsuka all to grant her wish.
What kind of nonsense is that? It's just a made-up gimmick of an attraction. You're telling me she actually believed that? You think I'm right with the second personality thing? Yep.
She wasn't herself the moment she saw the video. She was an idiot to begin with, but she was driven to a state where she couldn't tell apart fiction from reality.
What kind of wish could it have been if she wanted it so badly, even if it cost her her precious friend?
Our parents had died.
What?
I know this because our motive videos had been the exact same. Our parents were ambushed and killed. That was our motive video.
So, yours was like mine.
Then Hibiki wanted to save her parents?
Hibiki, in her weakened mind, might have tried to grant her wish through sacrificing Setsuka, a precious friend to her.
The trial hadn't ended yet, nor had the culprit been confirmed. But I at least know what my sister's like, and this is all based on that. Whatever happened, the fact that my sis is the most suspicious one here is inevitably true. I want to go home. I had enough. Mom, Dad, Suka, help me. No, I don't want this.
Interesting that she's calling out to Mom, Dad, and Setsuka and not Kanade. They're not saying Hibiki killed her parents. They're saying that their motive video was that somebody killed their parents. She broke down.
Kanade, do something. We can't do anything right now if she's like that. Try to console her like you usually do. It's useless. Nothing would calm Sis down now. And at this point, it's almost been confirmed she's the culprit.
How can you be so calm about this? She's your family.
I mean, I can't help it. She tried to survive and escape this place alone. Poor little Sis. I feel so bad for you. So adorable.
Oh. That's right. Hibiki, don't just cry over here and say something. Did you really kill Setsuka? Try to remember.
I don't know. I want to go home.
Yoriko, I'll try to talk with her. Sora. Is Hibiki really the culprit? It is. That's a good face. I definitely... Cloth, these are kids. I definitely, feel some kindred spirit with Kanade right about now. Even if the gate records are decisive evidence, is it enough to decide the culprit on its own? I have no idea, Aaron. I don't know what you're talking about. If she really is the culprit, there must be something more to this. I should present that to her, memoryless or not, so that a truth that everyone can accept will surface. Which one's this? Oh, already? Okay. There we go. I only have to hit these once now, too. Oh, the sleeves are cute. Okay, we're doing fine. How are you supposed to do this if you didn't have that skill? Jeez. This is it. Hairpin drop. Wait, what? What do you fucking mean? Dropped hairpin at the ghost house. There we go. Jesus, I don't like that image. Yeah, that was a bit much at the end there. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. I mean, it is a Dangan game. Hibiki, there's decisive evidence that you went to the ghost house. When the announcement for the class trial was made, I found and returned your hairpin that was dropped on the ground. You're not going to say that you don't even remember that as well, right? What are you talking about, Sora? Hibiki's hairpin was dropped on the ground at the altar. At that time, I didn't think much of it and returned it to her immediately. Wait, what? Sorry, you found Sis's hairpin at the ghost house? Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. Sora was the one who tied Hibiki's hair back up during the investigation. Wait, that's crucial evidence. Why didn't you mention it before?
I didn't think she'd be the culprit at the time. I just thought she dropped it somehow right then and there.
Hibiki's hair was untied when Setsuka's body was found, right? But the Hibiki I saw entering the ghost house at 1755 had her hair tied up.
That would mean she got hair untied during doing some business in the ghost house. Wait, but how could she have not noticed her hair being untied? This feels too forced for the culprit to leave her belongings so easily to find at the crime scene. Too forced? Are you implying that someone might have tried to frame Hibiki?
I agree, this result's a bit sloppy. Too many unanswered questions. But forced or not, there's an undeniable truth here.
You know what happened now? Oh, Hibari, please do tell. It feels forced. You think the twins are swapped right now? There's no way. Hold on. Hold on a second. The eye shape's different. The chest size is different. Are they wearing the opposite hairpins? Now I'm gonna have to like double. I'm doing a double take. I'm going back to look at my last stream. No. These are the right pins. They're the right pins, Hibari. Sorry, chat. I'm gonna need a minute. Give me, like, a couple minutes. Sorry. Okay. We are back. Kids don't want to go to bed. Okay, so Hibari was thinking that Kanade and Hibiki swapped places, or at least hairpins, but that's not. I have double checked. Those are the correct hairpins. I went back and watched a previous stream just to make sure. I mean, I was already fairly certain, but no, these are the correct pins. Okay, so Kanade saying that Hibiki definitely entered the ghost house today.
Memory lists or not, she definitely entered that place. But according to the gate records and excluding Setsuka and Sora, there's only one person who entered the ghost house, and that person's the culprit. Thanks to Aroha's house, we proved that Sis entered the ghost house.
Why did Trunks say something about boobs? Okay, so there's 3 crucial differences between Hibiki and Kanade. 4, actually. The first one is the hairpins. The second one, Kanade's hair is straight, Hibiki's hair is curly. The third one, their eyes are different shapes. Kanade has rounded eyes, Hibiki has sharp eyes. And the fourth, their boob size. Kanade's got larger chest, Hibiki's a fucking washboard. There you go. That's the differences. Does that make sense? Who's to say they aren't stuffing? Their eye shape. I mean, yes, according to Hibiki, Kanade has more of a stomach, but Hibiki's, again, flat and shapeless, and Kanade's got curves. Either way.
The hairpin evidence confirms this.
And that is quite undeniable indeed.
I don't know. I really don't remember anything. Anyone, please help. Right, Kanade's here for me. Kanade, help. I only have Kanade. Kanade's always by my side. Kanade, help.
Oh.
Wake up, Hibiki. No one's on your side right now. There's no mom or dad, no Suka or whatever. There's nobody to help you right now. Stop being such a crybaby and admit it. There's too much evidence pointing to you as the culprit.
Yo. This feels like she's rushing it. It really does. Which, again, considering that I think both twins did it together, or that Kanade took advantage of Hibiki.
Kanade. I don't want to do this either, sis. No, the hairpin and everything, even I can't cover for you anymore. You killed Setsuka. Me? I killed Suka? Why? Did I? Really?
By those words, are you admitting that you did it? If what Kanade said is true, Hibiki should have no memory of that. That's why she's acting like this. If we could explain what happened in this case with a reason, maybe she'd be able to remember her crimes. And admit to it. Hello, Kitsune Neko. Welcome in. Neko's Nekoing.
Alright, if that's true, then Hibiki herself doesn't even know what she did. Can we really vote someone with that much uncertainty? Class trials should be run with the given evidence as the basis. If the suspect pointed by evidence logically refutes, and there's no contradiction in that, we would need to find another possibility. Sis didn't refute everything. There's really no other evidence that could prove her innocence either. I might have killed her. Ugh. I don't have any memory ever since this morning. Maybe with the motive and all, I might have killed Zuko like Kanane said. No. Sis.
This feels like an act.
I guess this is the end, right?
We have more evidence. Wow, this feels like it ended too quickly. To do such horrible things to Setsuka only to get caught this easily by gate records? Oh, Kanade is smart after all. She did single-handedly solve the last trial as well.
Well,
that was easier than I expected.
Why'd you do it, sis? Why would you kill someone? Was it really because you wanted to grant some wish? I don't know! Kanade, what did I do? I'm scared. I can't remember anything. Am I gonna die?
Is this really the end? From the investigation, I expected this case to be much tougher, but she got caught already? I feel like I should object. There's so much evidence backing her into a corner, I don't know what to say.
Is it already over?
Wait, we should think this through once more.
I think Hibiki's the culprit. I just want to get out of this place. This is too much.
I don't know about that. I do agree that Hibiki's almost certainly the culprit. This ended too abruptly.
Well, seems like you're unsure about this. I'll ask you once more. Have you chosen Hibiki as the culprit? Can I take this silence as a yes? I'll let her read it do then. Hibiki herself admitted it.
I don't know what to do anymore. Let's just end this.
Very well. I feel as exhausted as you do. But I guess this is one way to end this. Now then, everyone vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. Will that answer be the truth or not?
Hello, Advanced Warrior. Advanced Raiders, except no one's here. What were you doing? I laugh at your misery. I mean, you had quite the crowd the other night playing Yu-Gi-Oh! What kind of magic? Instant Z's. I don't think we're done here.
No!
Thank you. Okay, good. Unbelievable. How the hell did you guys even survive 2 of these? Shut up and listen to me. I'm running this trial now. I'd need more than 9 lives if I left this up to you. Thank you, Siobai. Logic refresh is about to begin. That's the one where we move lines. Yeah, okay. That's fine. I don't really know. I believe it's the Poolgate records though. Yeah, okay. See, this was the thing I was like picky about. I'm like, we didn't even use these. Keaton, see, I think he puts on the jackass front because he doesn't know how to interact with others. I actually quite like Siobai, especially after doing his shit. Hibari, have fun with that, Hibari. Siobai to the rescue! Yeah. Oh, what is up with you? Always carried by us, and now you're suddenly here to run things? Careful, he might be trying to distract us. The Poolgate records. Sora. Wait, the reason we focused on the ghost house is because Setsuka's dead body was found there. And the gate records had an ID with an out record, right? Without an out record, right? So, there's another attraction with an ID that has no out records.
Really?
It's the pool. Everyone, please look at this. These are the Poolgate records for today that I took notes of.
You're right. The person who entered at 1424 has no out record.
What is going on? That's weird. There was no one there when I went there. Oh, so the person that entered at 1910 and left at 1915 was you when we were searching for Setsuka, right? Yeah, I went straight to the pool as soon as I entered Block C. But according to those records, shouldn't there have been someone when I investigated in there? I don't remember seeing anybody. Well, there was an ID without an out record at the ghost house, even when I didn't find anyone at the ghost house, remember? There could have been a hidden space in the pool, like the ghost house. Or... Anyway, it's true that the pool also has an ID without an out record. So this is something we shouldn't just gloss over. Sorry, I knew it was suspicious, but Hibike's reaction was so convincing that I... so you knew about it. Have you lost your mind? You knew that and let these idiots choose that brat as the culprit? I could say the same about you. Why are you suddenly helping us? She's right, you always make fun of us. You know, I'm a guy who tries to save his life as efficiently as possible. I cannot allow any damages or any loss of resources in every action. If a problem can be solved without my effort, why even bother? But look what happened here when I left this in your hands. We're about to fail the trial, and you're gonna cost me my life. All my efficient philosophies are worthless when I'm dead, right? My own life is way more important than any... So what? How can we believe you? Shinji, wait. Let's just let him do whatever he wants to do. Are you sure we'll be alright? Siobai is the literal definition of self-centered. He only cares about himself. For him to act like this probably means that we're wrong. To be honest, I felt something was wrong even before Siobai brought it up. Siobai, by us failing the trial, are you implying that Hibiki's not actually the culprit? Of course. Why the hell would I be talking like this if I wasn't? Be grateful you were just all saved from certain doom. And P for real though. Don't worry, you can all pay up big time after this is over.
What's up with that attitude? You think you're smart? Our Kanade's much smarter than you.
And the smartest girl here didn't even check the gate records of the other attractions? We're even more fucked than I thought.
The Poolgate records? Of course I checked them.
And yet you didn't object to all this?
Whether the pool record has an out or not, the body was still found at the ghost house. Isn't it natural procedure to focus on the crime scene where the body was found?
That reminds me.
What?
I'm terribly sorry for interrupting, but I mentioned this to Sora, right? That the pool was closed today during the daytime. Does that have anything to do with... What do you mean by that, bro? Around 12 in the daytime or so, I went to the pool to take a break and work myself out. But it was sanitation time, so I ended up just coming back empty-handed. Pool sanitation time? There's a small sign in front of it. Said not to enter, and if you did, you'd be punished by the school rules.
Wait, I never heard about that. I guess I forgot to mention this, but the pool in South Skilland goes into sanitation once every week. During this time, all the water in the pool is drained, and there are a lot of chemicals involved. We keep everyone out. If I don't mention the violating the rule part, someone might just barge in and get in danger. Well, I guess no one wouldn't risk their lives to enter there. But that's not most confusing. I recall that today was not the day for pool sanitation. I shouldn't say this. A teacher should stay out of a class trial.
Wait, so that means there was a picket, even though it wasn't pool sanitation time? Now you get it. That was put there by the culprit. Why do such a thing? Simple. They had some very important business in the pool that required nobody coming in. In other words, Setsuka didn't die at the ghost house, but rather at the pool. Is that what you're trying to say, Siobai? Yeah. You were all wrong, and that girl's been spouting nonsense. Siobai, wait. I understand the pool also had an ID without an out record. But that alone doesn't disprove that the ghost house is an impossible place where Setsuka died.
Wait, what do you mean?
He's saying that Setsuka could have died in either place. But Setsuka couldn't have been in two different places at the same time. Shut up. I'm gonna explain why the murder couldn't have happened inside the ghost house. You, albino, pull out the gate records of the ghost house again. Don't order me around, though I will show the records. So by your little theory, the person who went in at 1757 is Setsuka Chibukuro, right? Because that's the only ID that has no out record. And the WN whatever who entered at 1755 and left at 1942 is the culprit. So that would mean that at least up until 1757, Setsuka was alive. The culprit left at 1942, so she had almost 1 hour and 45 minutes to do everything she needed to do. What about that? Idiots, do you think that time is enough to chop up someone like that? Well, we never tried it ourselves, so... Let me tell you, ignorant brat, something. It's impossible. You'd need at least 1 more hour. Especially with a case like this.
What do you mean?
I looked into the corpse. The edges were trimmed off extremely clean. They didn't just cut it. They stitched it up so that the insides wouldn't flow out. Whatever it is, it wasn't their first try. It was the work of a pro amongst pros, I'd say. As if there was such a disgusting professional amongst us. If there was, that'd be you. You're a criminal, right? You even stabbed Sora without hesitation on the first day here. I guess I could do it, but that's all the more reason I can guarantee this. There's no way someone can manage such a task in less than 2 hours, even for a professional. Ooh. As we go, this is getting more and more likely that I'm actually right. That this is this fucking serial killer. That the two of them are serial killers together. If anyone else said that, it would have sounded like nonsense. But coming from Siobai, a criminal on active duty, my, do you know how to persuade someone? Well, I agree with you. It should be tough with just the dismemberment, but the crime doesn't end there. The culprit needed to carefully put each body part on the pillar, create some room behind the folding screens, and in case someone enters, turn off all sources of light.
And in fact, Sora did enter there.
And turning off the light is the final step. You can't dismember a body under no light. Trunks fan is waiting us. What is it? Yeah, there's no way we'd ever have a serial killer in Danganronpa. Toko Fukawa. Wait, what? I'm reading your message. Does Kanade like the serial killer Hibiki more than the innocent Hibiki? Is that what you were trying to say? I mean, I'd probably go so far as to say that Kanade's probably in love with the serial killer Hibiki. Listen, twins in Danganronpa are always bad news. Now you're worried Siobai might be a target? Nah, he lives. Fem twincest. That's what I think, Keaton. See, the problem here is that they set up a shop within Siobai. So unless he's like the final death, he's not gonna die. I'm sorry to say it. I guess, Habari, maybe. But if they were gonna do that, they could have just given us a machine like they did last time. Plus, the old guy could replace him. I guess. I think Siobai lives. In fact, I think Atori is gonna die one of these new chapters. One of these chapters coming up. Since it's impossible to predict whenever who will enter, they would need to be given a lot of time before they finally turn off the lights. But doing all that in an hour and 45 minutes? Does it look possible now?
It certainly does feel impossible, even excluding the dismemberment.
And most importantly, blood traces were found, but no pieces of flesh were found in the ghost house.
They could have somehow taken care of the flesh parts.
Hello? Have you been only listening with half an ear? I said she had to take care of the insides. There needs to be cut off flesh ends lying somewhere around, which the ghost house didn't have. Now, if it was the pool, you could get rid of the flesh and blood just by drowning them in the drain. If the killer didn't cut the body in the ghost house, then what was up with all the blood? Right, I thought it'd be natural to have that much blood lying around if Setsuka's body was cut off in that place. If the killing didn't happen in the ghost house, then as Yoriko said, it wouldn't make sense for there to be trails of blood there. And considering its large quantity, it would be wrong to assume that it would be spilt blood from moving the body around. So that blood is the blood packs that Atori told us about. Here we go. The blood packs. Maybe the blood isn't from Setsuka, but from the blood packs at the infirmary. The blood packs from the infirmary, but we don't have any proof that anybody used them.
Oh, wait, I know. I saw them disappear. I told this to Sora, right? All the blood packs had disappeared just this morning.
Yeah, because of Chiruya's account, this is a sure possibility.
Wait, you even checked the infirmary items? I believe this was something only I could do, so I was gonna try and cover as much ground as possible.
Chiruya, if you had noticed the blood packs being taken, you should have at least told us that. You really not trust us that much? Wait, did something happen between you guys? We can talk about this later. That isn't the focus right now. What do you think, Siobai? What do you mean, what do I think? Of course that's what happened. Though I didn't expect there to be a freak here that keeps a record of all that. You call him out, Siobai. You call him out. Chiruya is a fucking weirdo. Does every Dangan game have a blood pack trick? I don't think so. I don't think 2 did. Yeah, you're right, Hibari. Super Simputer, I feel that. I hope you're at least able to podcast with us tonight and get at least some of the vibe. You finished your Funyuns? Ripping pepperonis. There was a bunch of empty blood packs thrown away near the ghost house. All the blood in the ghost house is fake, a small performance by the culprit.
But why go through the hassle of...
To divert our attention to the ghost house. And sure enough, we were all focused on the ghost house until Siobai stood up. Like Siobai said, even when we went over last time and found about the fact that the place the body was found isn't necessarily the place the person was killed. The shock factor of the scenery of the ghost house was enough for us to gloss over that. I feel it, Hibari.
And if they had put that much effort into the ghost house to make us think that the ghost house was where Setsuko was killed, that means...
The actual crime happened at the pool, not the ghost house. Uh-huh. It was a trick by the culprit to make you not even think twice about any place other than the ghost house. But to use all those blood packs, what if someone needs a blood transfer or something?
There's no need to worry about that. I'll make sure to replenish the stock after the trial. There's still more?
The amount of blood used was a lot less than the actual amount of blood packs taken. You call that a lot less? Let's just leave that at that for now. Maybe they miscalculated the amount of blood they needed. The important part is that the crime happened at the pool. You all got that part, right? The only attractions that had IDs with no out records were the ghost house and the pool. We discussed the fact that the ghost house couldn't have been the place where Setsuka died. If you guys had something called brains, maybe I wouldn't be doing this much work. Siobai, such an asshole. Legion of followers, what the fuck?
When did Siobai become the MVP of this trial?
That thing is smart after all. Probably even more so than Kanade. Look at the big old goofy smile on Sora's face. Watch out, Yoriko. You might have a competition for Sora's heart. Also, what the fuck, Noy Barlow? It's so unfortunate he only uses it for selfish gains. Oh, Kanade. Oh, no.
Kanade, what's wrong? I've been listening to you all this time, but you're quite the comedian, aren't you? All these contradictions, yet you stick to your delusions. Well, sure, let's just assume that the ghost house wasn't the place where Setsuka died. Then what about the pool? Are you saying that the pool is a possible place?
Is it not?
Sora, the pool gate records.
Sorry?
The pool gate records. Show them to me.
Alright.
We can ignore these last two records made by Yoriko when we were searching for Setsuka. Let's take a look at the ones before them. Whether it's the pool or ghost house, there is an ID without a NAT record, and that's Setsuka. We're all on the same page about that, right? Then Setsuka's ID should be the one that entered in at 1724.
Yup.
And if you look at the gate records here, two IDs entered at 8:44 and 8:45 and left at 9:22 and 9:54 respectively. In other words, there was no one at the pool between 9:54 until 12:54. And we only have one suspect left, who entered at 12:54. If Setsuka died at the pool, the person with this ID must be the culprit, right?
I guess so. What's about that?
Siobai said that the ghost house wasn't a possible suspect as there wasn't enough time for the culprit. But our suspect at the pool left only 1 minute after Setsuka had entered.
What? There's been some weirdness going on, I'm sure.
Now, a quote from your own words, Siobai. Idiots, you think the time is enough to chop up someone like that? About 2 hours? Maybe. 1 minute? Even if Setsuka died immediately upon entering, it would be impossible. But by that logic, is it impossible for both the ghost house and the pool to be the crime scene?
Wait, even if the pool is where Setsuka died, we found the body at the ghost house. Couldn't they just kill Setsuka at 1724 and immediately leave with the body? I see. After all, what do gates matter to a dead body?
So you're saying that the culprit somehow took care of the crime scene at the pool and left at 1754, carrying Setsuka's dead body to the ghost house.
If the pool is the place, then this is the only way the culprit could have...
I'm sorry to inform you, but that's also impossible.
How come?
The pool's at Block C. The ghost house is at Block A. They're completely opposite sides of the park. You think anyone could walk that distance without getting caught? Carrying a dead body of all things? By your theory, the culprit needed to leave immediately after killing Setsuka, leaving no time for cutting up the body. Then we're back at the start. Even if you somehow cheesed it and made it to the ghost house, it'd be too late if you start the dismemberment then.
What? Where did Setsuka die? And how did she end up like this? This seems theoretically impossible. We did ride the monorail.
I admit that my first theory was debunked by Siobai. That means we'll have to start from square one.
No need for that. The crime is still possible even if we assume that Setsuka died in the pool. Yeah, pretty much.
Really? Now, what nonsense are you on about? There's a clear contradiction here.
Bullshit. It's all possible if there's an accomplice. An accomplice? Siobai, you might not know this since you are always sleeping, but accomplices cannot exist. Even if there's an accomplice who helps the real culprit, only one person can win and escape. There's no benefits for becoming an accomplice. Shut up and just listen to me. The older sis from the twins that you guys suspected, yeah, she's definitely not the Blacken. That's for sure. But she did enter the ghost house and leave the hairpin there, so it's hard to say she isn't related to this.
So you're saying my sis is an accomplice? Oh, what's that supposed to mean?
You said it yourself. You don't have any memory, and you lose memory when you're in a pinch. An accomplice who helped the crime but lost the memory of doing so? Don't you think that's too good of an opportunity to miss?
What are you trying to say?
By my theory, the real culprit used their twin sister in their own crimes. Give her a big mental shock or two, then use her as an accomplice. Once the deed is done, her memory will disappear, concealing the existence of the accomplice. Oh wait, Siobai, but that raises some questions. If that's true, then the culprit needs to know the fact that Hibiki loses her memory if she receives a mental shock. Well, duh, that's why the person who knows that is the real culprit.
Neko, right again.
Someone who knew about Hibiki's secret used her as an accomplice. Wait, the only person who readily knew that fact was... The only person who already knew Hibiki's tendency to lose her memories is you, Kanade Otanokoji. Ironic, isn't it? You're the one who revealed that fact. Congrats, you scored your own goal. ER, you're full of shit. Neko is good at this. I'm still hoping for some Toko type action.
Wait a minute, Kanade's the culprit.
What, you got a problem with that?
Well, not exactly, but she helped us throughout the last trial as well.
Are we having stream issues? Are we good? I'm not seeing issues. You think this will have a twist and... Seobai's too much of a good character to die? Yeah. We've been getting some lag on Twitch. There were some issues. Okay.
Well, not exactly, but she helped us through the last trial as well.
By that logic, Emma also helped us out during Yuri's case as well. Huh. I wonder who that is. I have no idea. Wait, not everything's been confirmed yet. And we can't be sure whether there was an accomplice or not. Siobai, why do you think that these two are the culprit? I mean, I know I did the trial by myself because we were about to die if I didn't. But even so, you sure keep your brains only as decorations, don't you? The reason why Stiobai is so fixed on Kanade being the culprit. Let's listen to what he has to say. Oh, it's about the missing abdomen. Okay. There's a lot of reasons to suspect, but first was the state of the corpse.
The state of the corpse? The dismembered corpse, you mean?
What do you think was the cause of death? Huh? I thought it was dismemberment! We don't know about that yet, bro. The files didn't mention the cause of death. The file said something sharp was the murder weapon.
So perhaps she was stabbed by a knife, then dismembered?
Then she'd have some traces of being stabbed on her body.
Was there none?
Every body part was checked, yet there weren't any traces of the trauma on the body. Oh, then how did Setsuko actually die? Yeah. Stiobai must suspect Kanade because of some evidence. Let's look for a reason to suspect Kanade from the comments. Okay. Should be right about here. I hate that. I was on it.
No, I want catnip.
Wait, what, Zion? Is it bad that this one's this trial's logic is way easier than last trial's logic? Wait, Nikkei, did you say that we searched through every body part? Yeah, it was hard for my eyes to do it, but we managed to. What you just said reminded me. It seems like every part was carefully laid on the altar, but that's not the truth. One part, to be precise, the abdomen was missing, right, Stiobai? What are you asking me for? But the girl is right. The body is missing from the hip to the part below the chest. It was also written in the monochrome file as well, if I recall correctly. The area around the stomach was missing. Wait, the fact that they deliberately got rid of that part! That must mean there was some clue on the abdomen area!
Maybe they stabbed her there. They might have tried to hide the cause of death.
But why? I doubt there was a reason important enough for them to hide that. There was, actually. And what's that? You might not know this, but the stabbing mark on the body is different depending on the hand that you use. To be sure, you can determine whether the stabber is right or left-handed using the marks. Are the twins differently handed? Is Kanade left-handed? That's so cool. Thank you, Stiobai.
Really? What does that have to do with hiding the cause of death?
They say that only 10% of all people are left-handed. The majority are right-handed, and I reckon that this might be the likely situation amongst us as well. What if the mark indicated that a left-handed person had stabbed the missing abdomen? You're suggesting that the culprit is left-handed. Kanade, I'm asking this just in case. What hand do you usually use?
My left hand?
Bingo. That was amazing.
You thought of all that just from the missing abdomen? How in the world does your thought process work?
There's one thing I would like to ask Stiobai. How did you know the Kanade was left-handed? Oh, you're right. Thank you, Super Computer. You're right. She definitely did have a left-handed guitar. Like, now that I'm thinking about it. Did you suspect her based on the fact that the culprit was left-handed? That girl did some performance thingy on the second island, right? In front of the shrine. The guitar she used was left-handed.
You remembered from that long ago? Wait, maybe all this time were you just pretending you weren't interested? But in reality you were? Don't make me laugh. You might be under the impression that you finally solved this case with your incredible intellect. But if we're talking about lefties, there are plenty of people who are left-handed besides me. Like Aroha. Wait, what? Me? And how did you know that I was left-handed? Wait, that doesn't matter right now. You always gripped your pen with your left hand, right? How could anyone miss something that simple? And Siobha, you still haven't solved the contradiction of the gate records. You need to move a body from the pool to the ghost house in Block A house somehow.
Also... Oh. I mean, Aroha was definitely, like, the intended target of having this pinned on them. So if we recall, we drank Aroha's coffee. And then we, like, literally passed out. So it's almost certain that someone drugged Aroha in order to use her as a, like, pin the blame on the artist girl. Which would make sense considering that Kanade knew that Aroha was left-handed. That would make her, like, the only person she could pin it on. It also makes sense as to why Aroha was called out. Hello, okay, welcome in. Hello. For reference, Neko's ambidextrous. I tend to prefer my right hand because Catholic school teachers, but I can write just as well with both. In fact, there's lots of activities that I prefer to do with my left hand over my right. Also, both of my parents were left-handed. Woohoo! ER's not even in the chat right now, Claw. What are you on about? Necodextrous. There you go. Question for me? Sure. I mean, if you had to know, I could probably write simple things with my tail, but my tail's not really that, it's not that easy to hold a pen with it. Something, like, thicker, like chalk is fine, but I don't have a front tail.
Are you blind?
There's only one tail on Neko, and it's the one that wiggles around. You can write with all 9 of your tails? I mean... Hibari, I have words to say about that you're gonna have to hear later, because I can't say that on the stream. I went to Catholic school up to 2nd grade because my grandmother paid for it. I would not call myself Catholic. I have words for you, Hibari. Hibari's like a demon, fox, kitsune, like Lucario hybrid. I don't fucking know. Hibari's Hibari. Anywho, back to this trial because we're literally taking way too long.
Even with the inclusion of an accomplice in the trial, that's still impossible.
I'm so sorry, Missy, but that ain't quite the case.
What?
Do you really think I'd suspect you just from stabbing marks? This is just a conviction. It's not like the abdomen was actually found and I had material proof of the stab wounds. I just tried to come up with a reason why the culprit had to go through the hassle of getting rid of that part. Then how did you solve the contradiction of the gate records? I'll go over them now. What do you think was the actual reason this contradiction occurred from both the ghost house and the pool in the first place? Well, an alive person must use their handbooks in order to go through the gate. But since Setsuka couldn't do that as she was dead, only the inn records will get recorded. So when we ruled out the places without any suspicious out records, only the pool and the ghost house were left. Think about that once more. Only a virtual ID gets saved on the gate record, right? You all assumed that ID was Setsuka's just because it had no out record.
So what? Just tell us already.
Hasty, huh? To put it simply, all the gate records of the attractions can be manipulated. What? Wait, the gates already require you to use your handbooks to enter or leave. How in the world could you manipulate that? Who said anything about using your own handbooks? Monochrome never once mentioned you have to use your own handbook. He just simply stated you need to use a handbook.
Then that means...
Yup, you can use the handbook of another person to go through the gates.
Don't lie to us. How does that make any sense?
It does. I tried it. Back when we arrived on the third island. Perfect timing. One of you, I don't care who, just give me your handbook for a sec.
Siobai.
Siobai, for you to speak to us first, what's gotten into you? Enough about that and give me the thing. I need to test something. No, what do you offer in return? Not like you cooperated with us through this whole time. Then you, give me yours.
Me? But why?
Aroha, at times like this you need to act strong or they'll think you're a pushover.
You're right. Why would I give you my handbook? You haven't even thanked me for last time when I woke you up.
Give it to me now unless you want your head ripped off.
Here it is.
Aroha, don't just hand it to him. So the reason you took Aroha's handbook was to try that out? Yeah. Everyone, do you know what this means? It means that our basis of the gate records was wrong from the start. But even if what Siobai said is true, it only became harder or even impossible for us to identify who was who. Nope. If you assume the gate records were rigged and reverse the thinking process, the gate begins to the case begins to unfold. My theory is this. Setsuka died at the pool, and the time of death was probably this morning. Morning? Give me the records again. I'll go over them one by one for you. Here we go. As you said, Setsuka went somewhere by the culprit's request, and that was the pool. Got that? If you look at the pool gate records, Setsuka's ID is probably this IS3JZ2. That's the second one. Who went in at 8:45. The other one, or should I say Ms. Kanade over there, entered 1 minute ahead of her. But that would mean that Ms. Little Sis left at 9:22, only 40 minutes to spare. And that's where the accomplice comes into play. I called out the twin sis as the accomplice, remember? 9:22 is exactly when she entered the pool, using the handbook of her little sis. Wait, what?
What's going on right now? I didn't quite understand.
Me too. I see. Kanade and her sister, who was waiting outside. The handbook from inside. The gates only check if a human being passes through them, so objects don't matter. The little shit was shown the corpse by the slightly littler shit. And just as we were told, she receives a mental shock and loses her sanity. Becoming the best crime tool ever, an accomplice that loses her memory. After that, the littler shit left the swimming pool at 9:54, setting up the pool sign so no one would enter.
Wait, what? I thought that out record was IS-3J. Wasn't that Setsuka?
According to this theory, she would have already died at that point. Now that it's been confirmed that you can use a handbook that belongs to another, that would have been Hibiki using Setsuka's handbook. What about after that? I'm slightly confused too. Okay, I see it now. Okay, so here we go. 8:44, Kanade enters. 8:45, Setsuka enters. 9:22, Hibiki scans the handbook and lets Kanade in the outdoor. $9:54. Kanade, I guess, leaves. Comes back at 12:54. Or Hibiki, one of the two, leaves here, comes back here. This erroneous in. Yeah, it is actually somebody leaving, but it had to create a new thing because there were already enough ins and outs. So this right here is them both leaving. This in and out at the bottom is the twins leaving. It makes sense. It's just a little convoluted. The littler shit came back at 12:54 carrying the tools needed to dismember the corpse. She used her own handbook at this time. After spending about 5 hours cutting the body up, they both left at 17:24 and 17:25 with the body pieces. They probably got rid of the sign at that point. The little shit throws the sign over the gate at 17:24, and the littler shit puts the sign back in the swimming pool and leaves at 17:25. It's as simple as that. Here they can use their own handbooks this time. Now, what do you think the end result will be of the gate records if we follow these steps? The end result? Well... Oh. Hibiki used Kanade's handbook when entering the pool, right? And since Kanade's ID already had an in record, it would show an out record. So when Hibiki left through the gates, the resulting output would have an in record. I see. So that's how the pool had an ID without an out record. If we apply Siobai's theory, the actual reality of the pool gate records would be like this. 8:54 and 8:55, Kanade and Setsuka. The out record at 9:22 was Hibiki using Kanade's handbook to enter the pool. The out record at 9:54 was Kanade using Setsuka's handbook to leave, and entered with her own handbook with the tools at 12:54. Finally, she dismembered the body. Both she and Hibiki left at 17:25 and 17:24 respectively. Here, even though Hibiki was already inside the pool, this was the first time she used her handbook on the gate, which resulted in an in output. Thus, the ID without an out was not Setsuka, but actually Hibiki. Yeah, great.
It's getting a little bit complicated. Could you give me a simpler explanation?
Sara's explanation was simple enough. You couldn't even understand that? Well, she is an idiot after all.
But, wait, I guess that you're assuming that the culprit used the time between 1254 and 1724 to dismember the body. You would need ample time after all. But it took 3 hours for the culprit to return to the pool from 954 to 1254. Do you think it would take 3 hours for me, the culprit, according to your theory, just to find a dismemberment tools?
Who cares? The signpost would have kept anyone out of the pool anyway. You had loads of time to spare. Aroha, you said you saw Hibiki enter the ghost house a bit before 1800, right? That must have been at 1755 when they arrived from the swimming pool. It must have been then that the twins moved the corpse to the ghost house. After all, the body was actually found there.
But how?
Come again?
I told you this before. How would you move from block C to A without getting caught? The only thing Sealby deduced is how the gate records can be explained, and how the murder could have happened in the pool. Even he doesn't know how the body was moved, right?
Dude, you're such a fucking idiot. That's easy.
She definitely has a point. The corpse had head, body, both arms, hands, legs, and the feet. 10 pieces altogether. How would you manage to move them without getting caught?
The first ever record of someone entering the ghost house was 1755. Since we have Aroha's witness, we can surely say that it was Hibiki who entered at that time. But by Seobai's theory, the culprit left the pool at 1755, leaving only 30 minutes to move the body to the ghost house. But now that we know there was an accomplice, it would take half the time and effort to move all the body pieces, right?
So each carries 5 total pieces? Do you think that's possible?
I'm sorry. Nope, it's not the tram.
Maybe they had some sort of bag that had the corpse inside. You know, like the ones in movies and manga. Corpse bag. And what if someone finds you? How are you going to explain it to them? What if they open the bag or something?
That really is the main problem. Forget the time constraints. You need to be stealthily move the body without getting caught. I just thought of an incredible solution. What is it, Nikkei? The monorail! We have the monorail that goes around each department in Satsuki Land. Except that's a red herring. If they use that, it would take around 5 minutes from each department to department. And as a plus, you wouldn't be seen as well.
Oh, that's right.
The monorail. Sure, you can use the monorail to move without being seen and save time as well. But was it really possible for the culprit to use the monorail? There you go, instances. That's what I'm thinking. The hollow robots from the parade. That's where my brain is at. 1000%. Especially since the monorail was not running during that time. Nikkei, I'm afraid that's impossible. How come? It's definitely a possibility. No, by the theory we're working with, the culprit must have moved the corpse between 1725 and 1755. If you see the monorail timetable, you'll quickly see the monorails weren't active at that time. What? Really? Monaco did say that the monorails were only active every other hour. See, I think, Aaron, and this is my personal theory. It's not so much that Kanade shocked Hibiki into a daze where she's sleepwalking and helping with the murder. I think that Kanade knocked Hibiki into her other personality that Hibiki probably doesn't even know exists. Because Kanade's been covering up for it the entire time. I'm really thinking this is a Toko-esque situation here. Monaco did say the monorails were only active every other hour. That's probably right. I was at Satsuki Land early for the 1800 parade. I don't recall seeing any monorails pass by. A monorail? Wait, what? Wait, what? Yeah, that's right. Newsy, you've said it. She used the monorails. What? But didn't Sora say that? Shut up and listen. They might have walked along it. First, she leaves the pool at 1725, moves the pieces to the Block C monorail station. This shouldn't take long, right? She would be moving within the same department. She then leaves the corpse there and uses Setsuka's handbook to call out the airheaded girl to the Mirror Mansion. And then the older sister moves to the ghost house at Block A to deliberately be seen entering the ghost house by the bubble-headed girl.
She did it on purpose. Why do such a thing?
Probably to accuse Hibiki as a culprit in the trial. We actually did so in the beginning of the trial based on Aroha's account.
Wait, why did you all think of me when you heard bubble-headed girl?
I mean, you are bubble-headed after all. Mikado, why are you picking on Aroha? Why don't you pick on someone your own size, you worthless criminal? Go fuck yourself. My broken heart. Would you shut up for 1 second? I'm trying to focus, damn it. First, 1755, the older sis enters the ghost house to cut the fuse and put out the fire to make the ghost house dark. Next, she has to hurry, because there's another gate record only 2 minutes after she entered. Since she used Setsuka's handbook when she entered, she used her own when leaving the place. That way, 2 in-outputs get recorded, and she leaves no sign that she ever left the place. Y'all saw the parade together at 1800, right? The littler shit goes to see that, while the little shit goes to the Block A monorail station. The monorail starts moving at 1800, so she rides it from Block A to C, and carries the body parts back to Block A through the monorail. This way, you'd be able to solve both the time and the stealth issue. I mean, that makes sense. I was really hoping they used one of the Satsuki robots. Amazing. It looked to be impossible at first, but now we have a clear grasp of what actually happened.
And so, what's next? Continue.
There's not much left after that. Hide the body parts somewhere near the ghost house. After confirming white hair over their left at 1936, go inside the ghost house with the body. Here again, you use Setsuka's handbook at the gate. Since they used Setsuka's handbook when first entering, this time the resulting output would be an out record. Exactly. Everything left is simple. Set up the corpse on the altar, create a pool of blood using blood packs, and then it's finished. The newly reformed ghost house, now with an actual corpse. Now the ghost house gate records until this point can be summed up to this. Yeah, okay. Hibiki in, Hibiki out. Us in, us out. Hibiki in. And she just stayed. And her hair was down on purpose because she had to leave evidence that she was quote unquote there. How's this? It's the result of this case. Kanade is the culprit and Hibiki is the evidence.
It can't be.
Honestly, if we consider Syobai's unusual behavior to be into account, it's hard to trust him, but It's logically sound and his reasoning is perfect.
Kanade? Are you really the culprit? Did you murder Suka? And I helped you without any knowledge of that? What should I do? I don't know what to do. Sis, don't cry. That beardy hag is just talking nonsense.
Got any rebuttals?
Rebuttal? Are you really thinking to yourself that you really cracked this case? Let's get straight to the point. You're completely wrong. Full of contradictions. Again. And the marvel at this stupid theory. My, you all have questionable brains, don't you?
What? What part of it is a contradiction?
As much as this theory has holes like it's Swiss cheese, the main problem is there are two big contradictions. Siobai, you told us that after leaving the pool, we left the body at the station and used the monorail to move to the ghost house, right? And remind us, whose handbook did we use when entering the ghost house?
He said it was Setsuka's.
And you think that's possible? Isn't it possible? The culprit must have had her handbook ever since she was murdered. Everyone, you might be able to pass through the gates using someone else's handbooks. But only handbooks that are active are valid in this case.
Siopai. Shit, you're right. I made a mistake. I see. Even if you have Setsuka's handbook, only Setsuka herself can turn it on. What does that matter? We had the same issue with Emma, but she used Kokoro's fingers. Nah, bro. That was possible because Emma cut and kept Kokoro's fingers. Siobai specifically said that the culprit left the corpse at the station. According to this theory, you would never be able to turn Setsuka's handbook on at the ghost house.
Takes a long time to arrive from Block A to C, even at running speed. Even if you use Setsuka's hand to turn the handbook on before you leave, it'll be turned off by the time you reach the ghost house.
You're right. As we discussed in the last trial, you touch the screen lock of a handbook sleep mode. Requires the owner's fingerprints.
Wait, speaking of Emma, why didn't the culprit use the method Yuki just mentioned?
The method Yuki just mentioned? You mean cutting the fingers off and carrying them? Impossible! Setsuka's wrists were cut off. Her fingers were all fine. I mean, they could have carried her entire hand with them.
I mean, you could just carry those hands to turn the handbooks on.
No, that's probably not it. Then we'd have the problem of how to carry the body without getting caught. Even if hands are small compared to the whole body, they still have considerable size, and you're doomed if they bleed. There's too much risk at hand. Maybe they managed to luckily carry the body without getting caught.
Really? Then let's assume the culprit somehow solved this issue. And let's go over to the next problem. Can we really go over that issue easily? Well, actually, we have a bigger problem here. Siobai said the culprit hid the body parts near the ghost house to wait for Sora until she left. And may I ask you where that place is? How in the world can you find a place to hide 10 body pieces? If there was a pile of body parts near the ghost house, anyone would have noticed it. It would seem unnatural if you hid it all inside a bag. But if you hide them separately, it would take time for the culprit to gather back the pieces. You're not really going to say that the culprit also managed this through luck as well, are you? Well, if you are, we have our trusty Sora. She searched every nook and cranny near the ghost house, right, Sora?
Oh, yeah. I searched not only the inside of the house, but also the outside as I was leaving the place. If there was a corpse hidden near the ghost house, I would have noticed it right away. It still is. It's the robots. Wait, maybe it's not the ghost house.
Hide it somewhere else other than the ghost house? Poor old Siobai. We searched every other place as well. Sora, Roha and I basically searched everywhere in Block A. There's no other option, Siobai.
Who do you think I'm suspecting here? If you're saying that you, who I suspect is the culprit, searched Block A, I mean, do I really need to say more?
What do you mean?
She just has to hide a body in a place that she searched in. She's the culprit. All she has to do is say there's nothing there.
Oh, so correct me if I'm wrong, Sealby. You're saying that the body was hidden at the complete opposite side of the park from the ghost house.
What?
The place I investigated was that area, the storehouse and beyond. Hate to break it to you, little Sealby. That's a bit too far away from the ghost house. Don't you think?
You little bit. Oh, wait, what about that? Is there a problem with it being too far?
We can't move the body around when there's everyone running around in Block A, right? The culprit must have moved the body parts at least after Sora left the ghost house, which is 1936. According to the gate records, the culprit carried the body parts 6 minutes later in 1942, right?
So that's it. If you hide the body parts too far away from the ghost house, you wouldn't be able to retrieve them within the next 6 minutes.
Sora even said she looked outside the ghost house. So she would have had stayed there at least 1 to 2 minutes after that. We would only have about 4 to 5 minutes to move the body parts. If you want to move all 10 corpse pieces within that time limit, you would have hid it somewhere close to the ghost house.
The safety pins. Oh no, Blaze, what did we forget to do? Do you want to just DM me or? Oh no! I mean, we can do it a little bit in a little after stream. That'll be fine. No! Listen, I was hurting. Wait, both Miss Older Sis and Miss Younger Sis are in it together, according to Sealby, alright? If they move them together.
I told you it's impossible even for 2 people. They'd have to make 2 round trips even if there was an accomplice. Even in the case that we hid it in the nearest storehouse, it's impossible to make 2 round trips within 4 minutes. Unless you have teleportation skills, that is. Teleportation? Then does that mean Mikado is?
Even the rules mention I cannot use magic in murders. You do remember it, right? You haven't forgotten about it, or me, right? Then what's actually going on here? Sealby, is there another way? See, they're all ignoring you because you made such an idiotic comment.
I think you mean they're ignoring you.
Be quiet in the peanut gallery over there. Was Sealby's theory wrong? Kanade definitely has a point there. What kind of method did the culprit actually use? I think I know. Oh, the fuse box. Interesting.
It's no use trying to think of another way. It would be impossible to move the corpse that fast.
I guess Sealby's theory was wrong. Wait, that means the culprit actually managed to move the body without using the monorails? The only method to do so is just hope for the best to not get caught.
I guess it's the only solution we have now.
But the gate records were rigged, right? In that case, the culprit stayed inside for 2 minutes inside the ghost house. They hid the body and cut the fuse during that time. It would still make sense, or I might have missed the corpse as it was dark inside. After all, there were no other possible times the culprit could have caused the blackout. Try to find the contradiction. Kanade does have a punchable face right now. We can't afford to make the smallest of mistakes. If we consider the structure, we might find out who's right. Just trying to think of another way. Be impossible to move the corpse that fast. Siobay's theory was wrong. That means the culprit actually managed to move the body without monorails. Only method, That's the only solution we have right now. The gate records were rigged. Culprit stayed inside for 2 minutes. They hid the body and cut the fuse during that time. It would make sense. Sora might have missed the corpse. It was dark. No other possible time the culprit could have caused the blackout. Oh, I did not mean to shoot that. I think... Oh, shit. Ugh. Oh, well. Nikkei, I'm afraid that would be impossible. Why? I get that you barely have enough time, but if you move at full speed...
Sora's right. 2 minutes is far from enough when you're trying to hide 10 body pieces. And more importantly, the ghost house fuse box is the problem. They opened it to cut the wires, remember? That means they had to visit the innermost part of the ghost house.
The fuse box was located just beside the entrance to the altar. The altar is located innermost in the ghost house. Just going to and fro would take up all that time. Maybe there was a secret passage only the culprit knew of. They could have hidden the body there and gained access to the fuse box as well.
Please, can someone knock some sense into him? There's no way that kind of passage would exist. The most crucial thing is if the culprit carried the body to the ghost house, the person who saw that should have noticed it. How is it, Aroha? Did my sister enter the ghost house holding something in her hands or not? What?
Whoa, why are you so flustered?
I didn't expect to get called. What did you say? Aroha, it seems like you're not very fond of the fact that you have your head attached to your neck. Would it kill you to please pay attention? You told us you saw my sis entering the ghost house around 1755. Oh. She was empty-handed. If she was holding a piece of the corpse, I would have recognized it. See, that means we didn't transport the body directly to the ghost house. I cannot be the culprit. And as mentioned before, there are too many contradictions to suspect my sister is the culprit.
I have something to inquire, Kanade. You've successfully shown us that you cannot be the culprit. But doesn't that mean you yourself admit your first theory was wrong? Now that it's come to this, who do you think the actual culprit is?
Well, honestly, I also need to think through this again. I was so focused on proving my innocence, I haven't come up with another theory yet.
Siobai, how about you? This is the first time you've stood up in a class trial. Is there any other theory you'd provide us with? Wait a sec, I need to clear my thoughts. I missed something big.
Is this... No, it can't be. Our two brains are stumped. Please give it your all, we're counting on you. This case is honestly so complex, even I can't get a good grasp on it. Oh no. We're doomed. I knew we needed Kokoro. If Kokoro was here, she would have solved the case immediately. If only she hadn't been killed.
Aroha, would you please shut up? Hibari? How much have you had?
Oh, we're all doing our best, but... I'm tired. I want to go home, Mama, Papa.
Please, would someone clog her mouth or something? We've been through 2 class trials. Of course they were difficult and we were stumped a couple of times.
But this is the first time our reasoning came to a stop completely. The culprit of this case. Who is it? How did they kill Setsuka? Even Kanade, who's the smartest of us all, is having a hard time coming up with a solution. A person with no special brain or talent like me would never hope to help everyone in this case.
I've got it!
Kanade?
So that was it. Everyone, I know the culprit now.
Really?
Oh, Kanade, I knew it. I believed in you. Hooray! I need to thank Seobai for this. Without him, I would have believed without a doubt that my sister was the culprit. Nor would I have realized that the gate record had been rigged that my sister was used.
So you admit to the fact that Hibiki's an accomplice?
No, my sister wasn't an accomplice. She was just literally used by the real culprit. Poor thing. This case was performed by a single person. A meticulous one at that. So who was it? Let me spell out the clues. Follow along with me, everyone. First, just as Seobai said, they're left-handed. And they provided us with a false testimony so my four sis would get suspected. And they had an alibi during the parade so that they could freely move around the monorail. I'm sure you've all realized who I'm talking about, right?
This is where the finger gets pointed at Aroha.
Left-handed, false account, alibi during the parade. The person who fits all that criteria is... This is false. This is not right. The person who fits all that criteria is Iroha. It has to be you.
Hooray for Kanade. She easily tracked down the culprit for us. Wait, what?
Nah. No. This is some bullshit. Oh my god. We're about halfway through and we've been spending so much time doing bullshit. No, that's wrong. Oh boy, here we go. The only person who matches the criteria Kanade mentioned is you, Aroha.
No, wait. Why am I the culprit? Why this all of a sudden? Then let me explain step by step. Sora, could you show me the pool gate records once more? Firstly, like Seobai said, Setsuka died in the pool, in the morning specifically. Aroha called Setsuka to the pool in the morning, so Setsuka enters and then Aroha. Wait, I never entered the pool, like ever. Shut up, you murderer! You used my sister to murder Setsuka and then blame the whole murder on me? Now you're gonna pay. But I never...
So then what? Here's the thing that Kanade is not gonna realize. Iroha wasn't drugged like she was supposed to have been. Trunks fan Automod caught you. Them blaming Aroha, we riot? Absolutely riot.
Then she held Setsuka on the spot and left the pool at 9:22 to set up the signpost. She goes off to gather the tools needed to cut the body. So that wasn't Hibiki
entering, but Aroha leaving?
Yeah, Setsuka's handbook. Then Setsuka's ID would show an output.
Okay.
She then returns. This time she has to use her own handbook.
So nobody was in the pool since 9:54. She's going with the same logic as Seobai, but I see that this approach also makes sense.
She finishes preparing the body for 12:54, and after eliminating any traces, she leaves the pool using Setsuka's handbook. By doing this, Aroha will leave the pool, but an output will be saved according to the records.
Wait, let me get this straight. Seobai's theory was that the corpse was cut up between
1253 and 1754, right? And you're suggesting it was instead done between 954 and 1254.
Yep, 3 hours should be just enough time to do the job. And by this way, we solve the mystery of why it took 3 hours just to bring dismemberment tools.
You're right. Seobai's theory was acceptable, but not being able to explain 3 hours is a bit weird.
And the dismemberment process was already done by 1254? Doesn't that leave too much time until you find the corpse? Listen carefully, I'll explain everything. 1254, Aroha kept all the corpse pieces in one place before leaving the pool. Later, at 1724, she uses her handbook to in herself to bring the corpse pieces out, and 1 minute later, she uses Setsuka's handbook to leave the pool. We can now perfectly explain the gate records of the pool by this logic.
I mean, it does match. However, oh my goodness, it's an Agatha raid. Hello. Agatha Cathological, welcome in on that raid. Hello, Autumn. Hello, Majestic Queen. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Can we get a link drop, please? Hello, hello, and what were you doing? Hey!
I am Agatha Cocological has joined the Lolita Syndicate on YouTube.
Thank you! And Majestic Queen! Thank you, thank you!
Majestic Queen 77 has joined the Lolita Syndicate on YouTube.
Welcome in. How are you guys? What were you doing? Ooh, apple pie sounds good. You're streaming Dead by Daylight. Yeah, the new Survivor. Very cool, very cool. We are currently in the class trial for case 3 of Danganronpa Another 2. We're like halfway through it, but it's been some wonky back and forth shit, and I think we're getting played by the killer right now. I see. So it was possible to rig the records even without an accomplice.
I guess it would have been for the culprit to create no-out records to avoid any suspicion from the pool. But both mine and Seobai's theory has limitations in that regard. I guess there was a reason for the culprit to do so.
Really? Did Aroha actually...
Wait, I'm not the culprit.
I'm sorry, wrong voice.
Wait, I'm really not the culprit. I never heard of any of this. Shut up! I'm not done with my theory! The next part, Aroha, who has successfully finished her job at the pool, moves the corpse pieces to the Block C monorail station. Later, she herself runs to Block A.
But isn't that the same as Seobai's theory?
Wait just a bit on that. Now's the important part. After Aroha arrives at Block A, she needs to enter the ghost house at 1755. Here, it doesn't really matter that much whether she uses her handbook or Setsuka's, but it was probably better to use her own. I'll explain this a bit later.
So I get literally... how many Kanade fans there are?
As I said before, she goes inside to cut the wires of the ghost house fuse box, and uses Setsuka's handbook to leave.
Oh wait, what the hell are you on about now? That's exactly what you said was impossible when I brought it up. Setsuka's hand is at the monorail station of Block C. How are you gonna turn her handbook on? I was gonna ask that too, but I guess he was faster. The theory you're trying to propose just substituted the culprit from you to Bubblehead. With everything else, you're basically saying the same stuff.
Honestly, can you even hear yourself? You just have to carry the hands, right?
But Kanade, didn't you yourself say that was impossible?
It'd be impossible for Sis, but definitely possible with Aroha. Aroha actually has a pretty handy tool to hide the hands. I'm
what is that?
Her hat. What? Both Sis and I have no ideal space to carry the hands without being seen. The pockets are too small to shove the hands in, and if we try to hide it within our clothes, it would stick out and seem unnatural. You'd need to both not be seen and also be able to pull it out whenever needed. This is a case where every minute and second matters. The hands must have been readily available whenever the situation called for it.
Hold on. I'm thinking of something. How do I pull up? Hold on. Tab Q. Oh, hold on. Not F1. I know that there's a way to pull up my clues. I just can't remember what it is.
And you're suggesting the hiding place was Aroha's hat?
Hold on. Was it an arrow key? No. I've literally pressed almost every key on my keyboard at this point.
If you put the severed hands on your head and put the hat on top, you would hold it in place. And it wouldn't seem unnatural.
Unless they literally forgot to code it in for this trial.
That, but you can also pull it out on whenever you wanted to turn the handbook on, so it matches every condition I've just mentioned.
That's bullshit. Okay, so here's my thing. Is there was a first aid kit that went missing. I wonder if it's possible that they made a mold of Setsuka's fingerprint.
Technically speaking, Aroha's hat isn't a tool, but an attire she always wears, so it wouldn't cause any suspicion as well.
Basically, she put the hand on top of her head. Ugh.
Why would I do such a horrible thing? And the one who entered the ghost house was Hibiki, not me. I saw it with my own eyes. That's exactly why I'm suspecting you, Aroha. If you perhaps lied about seeing my sister, you have no alibi. But I'm not the one. Hibiki, tell it the truth. I don't know. I can't remember. Siobai, anything left bothering you? I'll take that as a no. Then let's continue. Aroha causes a blackout at the ghost house, moves to Block A monorail station. When the monorail resumes its operation at 1800, she rides it back to Block C to move the corpse. That part's the same as Siobai's theory. This is the important part. Aroha must have hid the body parts near the ghost house. The place I suspect is the small park in front of the ghost house. Perhaps in one of the bushes there.
Oh wait, but then we're stuck at the same place as before. You guys searched Block A, so if someone had hidden that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's why I'm suspecting Aroha. It was Aroha who investigated the park area.
Uh-huh.
Siobai said it just now, didn't he? That all the culprit had to do was hide the corpse in a place they were supposed to investigate. While I was unable to do so because I investigated the place furthest away from the ghost house. The park that Aroha investigated was right across from the ghost house. In terms of distance, she'd have no problem.
She and us pretended to investigate, and then she lied about there being nothing, just like Siobai said.
Liar, light your pants on fire. Exactly what part am I not making sense to you? But it was you who told me to investigate the park area. How was I supposed to know beforehand you would assign me to that place? I see. That was my bad. I had no idea you were the filthy culprit back then. However, even if I told you to investigate some other place, wouldn't you have volunteered to investigate the park? What? Anyway, Sora investigated near the ghost house, so the only option left for you was probably the park. That's why you chose that place. It was a pretty smart act, considering it was coming from Aroha. You deserve some praise. No, I said I'm not the culprit. After that, well, you know the drill, right? She hid the corpse and came back to us, and pretended to join in our investigation, and carries the corpse from the park to the ghost house, once Sora leaves the place. This was around 1942, since the last time she used the ghost house gate, she used Setsuka's handbook, she uses her own handbook to enter the ghost house. That way, she'd be able to create an ID from around 1750 without an out record.
Yeah. I'm still betting on the twins.
She would have used her own handbook for convenience. This is why I told you before, Aroha would have used her own handbook first. After entering, Aroha prepares the final step to her plan. She puts the body parts on the altar, uses the blood packs to create the mess, and hides behind the sliding screen near the entrance. After the body announcement, she pretends like she just entered the place, and voila! From corpse moving to false alibi to false evidence, she did it all by herself.
Nope, still the twins. This is bullshit. Aroha.
No, I told you, I'm not the culprit. If seeing Hibiki enter the ghost house was a lie, the hairpin, how do you explain the hairpin from the ghost house? You obviously just stole them beforehand. Sister was clearly not herself after the motive reveal yesterday night. Even the toddler would have been able to take it from her. When did I ever have the chance to steal that? You were the one who told us that Hibiki refused to come out of her room this morning. That was still this morning. I have no idea where she was and what she did afterwards. I only met her again after we found the corpse. Do you have any proof that you didn't meet my sister during that time? Well, that, I can't,
I'm not trying to blame you or anything, but didn't you arrive late after the body announcement? The body was found in Block A, yet you arrived even later than Yoriko and Nikke, who were in Block C. Why is that, I wonder?
That's because I was the only one who didn't receive Setsuka's message. You told me later you received a weird message, right? Yoriko was heading towards the ghost house anyway because of the message.
God damn it, I'm giving them the wrong... I'm getting, mixed up. Whoops. That is true, but based on our observations so far, that message was sent by the culprit as well, right?
What? Sure. All messages from Setsuka today were sent by the culprit. That's all the more reason that the culprit needed to carry Setsuka's hand at all times. As I said before, the only person capable of easily transporting Setsuka's hands is Aroha.
Well, this is...
So Aroha really did?
I have a kid repeatedly getting out of bed. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna go check on them. I will be right back. I think that we're good. Strawberry cake does sound really good right now. I think we're all right. Okay, are we ready to continue, chat? Everybody here? Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. Okay. Siobai, I'd like to know your thoughts on this. Her theory itself has no contradictions, but the fact that bubble-headed girl thought of a trick this high-leveled, that itself could be considered a contradiction. And that's where I...
He's right. How could someone as stupid as me think of a murder this complicated?
You're saying that about yourself?
Well, she could have been acting all this time. A wolf in sheep's clothing, if you will.
That's not true. I'm innocent. Please believe me.
If you claim you're not the culprit, then where's your rebuttal? This is literally the same situation that we put my sis in. Tell me, what's the difference between you going on about your innocence without any logic to back it up, and sis bawling your eyes out? Illogical nonsense! You're asking to be executed.
It seems like Aroha's backed into a corner. Is she really the culprit? Kanade and Siobai did most of the reasoning, and there doesn't seem like there are any contradictions. Then I guess they're right.
Silence from both the attacking teams and the defenders. Have you come to a conclusion? I'm sure you're all aware that this is the third-class trial, but you cannot take back your decision. Now then, everyone, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. Will the answer be the truth or not? Now vote!
Objection!
What? Interrupting the voting again? What is it, Mikado?
Something was bothering me all this time, and I finally know what that is. I'm not trying to side with Aroha, but I saw something back then.
So what?
According to Kanade's theory, Aroha should have dismembered the corpse between 9:54 and 12:54. Correct. But I saw Aroha goofing around, painting pictures near the harbor around 11.
What?
Oh yeah, I was drawing pictures at the port at that time.
Oh wait, why weren't you investigating?
Well, I thought it would raise my spirits.
That isn't the important part. If Aroha was at the port around that time, then that means Kanade's theory is completely wrong. And this is where Kanade fucked up. Is she didn't take into account that Aroha was not gonna drink the fucking coffee.
Mikado, I take it back every bad thing I've said about you. Thank you for helping me.
I most certainly didn't do it for you. Now that it's come to this, we're back to square one once again. My, what a troublesome situation. Wait, can we even believe this guy? What's wrong, bro? I mean, how can we tell if that's true or not? When it's Mikado of all people. He's always meddled with us, so this time he might be trying to stop us from getting a right answer. Excuse me, why would I lie if not getting the answer right also costs my life? How should I know? Maybe you're behind all this and did it to survive on your own. After all, you're the one who gave us those motive videos, right?
Shinji's right. You're seriously saying that after all you've done so far? What makes you think you have the right to speak? Don't speak such nonsense. Iroha was definitely at the pool at that time. I'm sorry, but I also can't believe his words that easily. If it wasn't for his testimony, Kanade's theory is perfect.
But he doesn't gain anything by lying out of this. If it was anyone else, Yobai even, I would have at least tried to believe it. But Mikado? Am I that untrustworthy? Of course, you're the mastermind for crying out loud. Technically speaking, you're the reason we're doing this class trial in the first place.
Just once, please believe Mikado. No, please believe in me. I really am innocent.
I would rather place my trust on drug droppings than on him. How cruel of you all. At least take this seriously. Is Iroha really the culprit? Iroha does seem like she's telling the truth. Of course, it could be her acting. Mikado's saying he saw Iroha in the morning. I should think of something as well. Any information regarding Iroha. That could be the missing key to solving whether or not Iroha's the Blackened. And this is where we're going to bring up the coffee. Logicraft. That's this one. Great. Oh boy. Wish me some luck. I do think I got a skill for this though. It's something the bot does. Wait, what? Wait, what? That's not how they... Okay, cool. It's no longer Flappy Bird. I, like, literally have free movement. That's a nice skill. What a nice skill. Yay. Before the parade, when was the last time we met Iroha? During breakfast. If I remember correctly. Okay. Cool. I don't remember. Oh, shit! That's some bullshit. That's bullshit. How was I supposed to know? I don't know. It's somebody's skill that I bought. How was I supposed to know that that was going to be like that? That's some bullshit. I don't know. Maybe it was just one Yobai found someplace. There was a circle and an X before I chose the path. Ah. What did we do? Drank her coffee. Oh, I didn't see it, Blaze. I'll have to pay more attention. Hello, Christy. Welcome in. Cool. Hello? What happened after we drank Aroha's coffee? Suddenly felt sleepless and turned Super Saiyan. Jesus. Zeke, thanks for subscribing. Welcome in, welcome in. Somebody drugged the coffee. I'm still doing way better than last time. Wait a minute. I got a 5 points for shield exhaustion. How does that make an 85? The math ain't mathin'. Oh my god. We're getting another raid. Triforce Hunter. Oh my gosh. Hi. Hello, Silver Cream Cookie. Everybody, welcome in on that raid. Welcome to the Raiders, indeed. Hello, Diamond. Welcome in. Hi, 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 hi. Hello, Game Guy. Welcome in. Zeke, thanks for the subscribble. Appreciate you. Welcome in on the raid. Hello, hello, hello. To be honest, you will drink that coffee again. Yeah, but the coffee was drugged. So, I mean, to those of you coming in, we are playing Danganronpa Super Another 2. Super Danganronpa Another 2. We are in the third trial. I do not blame you for not wanting to hang around if you have an interest in playing this for yourself. But you love Danganronpa? Hey! We do Danganronpa every Tuesday here on my channel. So, you know, maybe it might be the place to be for you. We've gone through 1, 2, what was that? Dangan Lapse, Danganronpa Another Despair Academy, Danganronpa Another 2 is the one we're doing now. And we are going to be doing Dangan 3 after this one. I have already played the main series games, but I'm blind on these. So, do not spoil them for Neko. I will feed your kneecaps to Blaze. Hello, Yada. Welcome in on that raid. Hello. You'll be lurking for now, so ciao. My, have fun lurking. Hi! Patrick Star, thanks for subscribbling. Appreciate you. Welcome in on that raid. How are you guys? What were you doing tonight? Mariah, welcome in. Welcome in. Or Maria? I don't know how to say your name. Thank you, Habari, for the link drop. I appreciate you. Boy, Blaze is very vicious on those kneecaps. I like tossing them to him. He chews on them. Hello, CNN Castillo. Welcome in. Welcome in on the raid. Hello. How are you functioning? I don't know how you're functioning. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. How are you? Hello, Twilight. Hello. Oh, my God. We're not bonking Blaze. Welcome in on that raid, Twilight. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. How does anybody function with copious amounts of caffeine and ibuprofen? I don't fucking know. Hello, hello, hi. I'm Neko. I'm your YouTubing cat in a dress. How is everybody tonight? What were you doing? What were you doing? I'm very curious. You guys kind of came in at just the perfect time. Metal Gear Snake, welcome in on that raid. Thank you, Keaton. Appreciate that. You doing great? Yeah, you were playing Animal Crossing. Oh, what a cute, cozy game. And what a brutal murder for you to have come in here off of that. Thank you for subscribing. Both Twilight and CNN Castillo. Man, do you love ibuprofen in your coffee? Yo, you're so not wrong. I've been on Gamer Subs recently, more than the coffee. I don't crash as bad, which is, really nice. It feels like a smoother kind of energy. It's neat. For those of you who are coming in, again, warning, if you don't want to be spoiled on Chapter 3 of Danganronpa Another 2, which is a Fanganronpa, honestly, I suggest you don't stick around. Ultra Despairs was done as a member stream. Memberships are $2. We did it as member stream because it's It's quite a bit nastier than the main series games. This murder was particularly brutal. Again, I don't blame anybody for leaving, but I appreciate all of you who hung in. Hey, welcome in. Hi. Oh, thank you for the $2. Oop. Dono hype, indeed. Habari, you don't need to match. You've been matching, but you already did something today. I'm looking at you. I swear you've entirely funded my... Anywho, we are gonna get... Habari, thank you. Thanks, you hit Pea Shooter Gamer. Fantastic. Very nice. Very cool. God damn it. Oh no, it's starting again. I know. Kitsune Neko, I know. Listen, the other day we were doing my Tetrio tournament, and between Habari and Wingit and Cryo arguing about whether Wingit was a furry or not, they wound up donating like $60. I love you guys. You're the best. I can't. Oh my goodness, you hit Wardy. What a snipe. David Bofa, Drew, my ear trumpet has been struck by lightning. What a name. And Spencer Rourke. Thank you for dropping more memberships. You really don't have to be doing this. How does anyone function? We function. The bar! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Here we go again. Lauren and Tibby, Chorus, Anxious Christian, Planty Gamer, and Lunacy. Those are all snipes. Holy Habari. Okay, passed up again. I'm sorry. Guys, remember that you do have to turn on the ability to receive memberships. You do. Habari solo funding the catnip addiction. Yeah. Christian's his name, Habari. You don't think you've been hit, and that's okay. Yeah, you do have to turn on the ability to receive YouTube memberships. That's not on by default. Otherwise, you cannot get gifted memberships. And you received them before? Listen, I suggest checking, because YouTube is weird. YouTube is weird! Anywho, we're going to continue this class trial. Hate to raid and run, you have to get to bed. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate you. Thank you again so much, and thank you for bringing your lovely community. That's a lot of subscribbles all at once. Appreciate it. Okay, here we go. Recap for those of you just coming in who are not leaving. Our girl Setsuko was chopped into pieces and left on an altar. We're pretty sure that the twins did it. And the twins are trying to convince us that the painter did it. And the painter's just too much of an idiot. Literally. Okay, here we go. Save the game. Wait, everyone. What's wrong, Sora? This just came to me, and it doesn't have anything to do with Mikado. Hey, you're in! Hello! One membership that expired. Huh. I think only Kanade is trying to convince us. Yeah, you feel like Hibiki might not know. I'm pretty sure Hibiki's got either has no memory or she's split personality. Where is your crane? It only works on Twitch side. But Aroha may not be the culprit. Sora, thank you. Oh, wait, what's up with you? Actually, something very suspicious happened to me this morning. After breakfast, I was gonna start my investigation when a sudden wave of irresistible sleep came over me. I told you about the reason I was late for the parade, remember? Oh, I do. You suddenly felt sleepy, and when you woke up, it was evening, right? But it's not like you were awake all night, right? And you slept through the afternoon, even when you drank coffee for breakfast. That's exactly it. I saw Aroha wasn't drinking her coffee during breakfast. I thought it was a waste, and naturally being a fan of coffee, I drank her coffee instead. I was okay up until then, but after that, I felt incredibly sleepy, like as if I was drugged. It was an unnatural wave of sleep.
You did.
So what are you trying to say? Someone drugged the coffee with sleeping pills. Exactly. What? Now listen carefully. The coffee that I drank was meant for Aroha, right? What would happen if Aroha instead drank the coffee?
Well, Iroha would have slept till evening.
Then that would mean that Aroha wouldn't have had any alibi from morning till evening, right? Huh? Wait, so someone tried to use sleeping drugs to prevent Aroha from having an alibi? Sorry for interrupting this, but was there anything like sleeping drugs on the island?
There are some at the pharmacy section at the mart. I always check all the items there, but I didn't notice a difference in number.
Do you open the packages and check the insides?
I can't. It would take forever if I did that every day.
For a cup of coffee, 1 pill should be enough. They probably didn't need to take the whole package. Anyway, let me get this straight. You drank a cup of coffee that was drugged with sleeping pills? But why would someone prevent Aroha from having an alibi? What would they gain from that? Silver cream cookie, please. I'm gonna remind you. No spoilers. You want the Kanade face as an emote? You gotta ask Cryo for that one. I mean, isn't it enough that we already have a whole, Monokuma? Wait, I know. There's someone who could benefit from all this. You would draw it? I mean, that's up to you, Hibari. If you want to make a thing, that's up to you. Someone who's trying to frame Aroha by preventing any alibis. Right. If Aroha's the culprit, it doesn't make sense that the coffee she was trying to drink was drugged. Aroha's not the culprit. The culprit was the person who was trying to make Aroha drink that coffee. Oh wait, if Sora drank the coffee that was originally intended for Aroha, then Aroha being outside during the morning was something unexpected even for the culprit, right? That's right. So Mikado's account of seeing Aroha around 11 is something entirely possible. How could you not believe me? I'm so disappointed in all of you. Hold on, if Aroha's not the culprit, then the real Blackened is... It's something that just came to me. But if we use this info and reverse the thought process, we can easily track down the culprit. The culprit's identity. The culprit is someone who had drugged Aroha's coffee. The culprit is someone who's trying to frame Aroha by erasing her alibi. Someone who was trying to frame her just now. Again, we're back to fucking Kanade. Who I said in the first place. The culprit was someone who was pressing on Aroha just until now. Kanade, it's you. Balmatakuma is so good. You're so right, Legion of Followers. Unironically, Ultra Despair Girls is my favorite game in the Dangan series. It's my favorite. Oh wait, hold on. I thought little sis explained to us how she couldn't be the culprit.
I'm grateful that you proved my innocence, but Kanade being the culprit...
But that being said, Kanade did act weird during breakfast. Usually she would have chased after her sister right away when Hibiki left. But didn't she hesitate a bit?
Sis, I'm gonna take a rest in my room. Wait, sis, where are you going? You haven't even finished your breakfast.
Hibiki's condition seems to be getting worse. Come to think of it, she broke down the most out of everyone yesterday.
She became very dependable after Emma's case, but she seems to have reverted back to her old self.
Oh, we can't help it. Seems like everyone except Aroha has finished their meals, so let's get moving. Kana, you stay at Biki's side for now. What? But you don't have to mind us. She's your family, right? You should be there for her. Go on.
Setsuka got murdered by Medkit, the one that was just
culprit then?
She reluctantly followed when Setsuka told her to. Yep, same Legion of Followers, absolutely. I mean, I already liked Toko because of her, tendencies, but I love her. I assume that is to make sure Roha drank her coffee or not. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to Kanade, it was Sora who actually drank the coffee. If Kanade really is the culprit, and considering her personality, she would have made sure that Aroha did in fact drink the sleeping pills. But how was that possible? Just how unlucky can you get? Canon now.
Wait, what? What?
Well, aren't all matters like that? Something that shouldn't have happened somehow did. Well, something that should doesn't happen at all.
Bullshit.
What?
Siobai and now you. What's it with you people and trying to frame me as the culprit? I shared my theory, showed you the contradictions, and through my reasoning, proved that Aroha's the culprit. Just how much rebuttal would it take for you to be satisfied? But Sora has a point. If Aroha had fallen asleep with that drug, she would have been confirmed as the culprit without a doubt. Really? Do we have to take the long way? Alright, fine, I'll show you.
Fair enough, Aaron, fair enough.
First, the fact that the coffee was drugged is a stretch. It's not like I was the one who prepared the meal. How could I have drugged the coffee that Mikado had prepared?
It isn't impossible. Teruya would know just how quickly Mikado prepares our meals.
Oh yeah, Sora and I arrived early in the morning for breakfast a few days ago, and the meal was prepared even before the morning announcement.
Oh, yes, I do. You know what they say. The early chef dominates the culinary world. I prepare the food way in advance before you even wake up. Well, Setsuka's already dead. So that's not really a spoiler. If you arrived just at the diner before everyone else wakes up, you would have ample time to drug Aroha's coffee. But you wouldn't really know where Aroha would actually sit, would you?
That probably isn't the case because I usually sit at the same place. In fact, most of us usually sit at the same place every morning, don't we?
True. Unless the seat's owner died and someone sat there instead, that was usually it. After hearing what you lot have to say, things start to make sense. The 3 hours of space between 9:54 and 12:54, that time was deliberately left blank by that girl to frame Bubblehead, so that she can say it was time Bubblehead spent on dismemberment. But just how unlucky can you get? The Bubblehead was actually seen by Mikado Sonoji. Huh, the irony of fate. Didn't Aroha just mention it was Kanade who was assigned to look around the park near the ghost house? Come to think of it, perhaps that was also something she did in advance to frame Aroha. That's not all. Aroha wasn't invited to the chat room that was created from Setsuka's handbook. They probably separately told Aroha to come to the Mirror Mansion so Aroha could see Hibiki, entering the ghost house. And later claimed that Aroha was lying, making everyone suspect her. Told ya, the culprit's Kanade. Obviously that Bubblehead can't come up with a trick of this level.
He's making fun of me, isn't he?
Hold on, this trial's a bit tough. The culprit keeps changing. I don't know who's telling the truth or not. Oh, one thing is for sure. Sora consuming the sleeping pills and Mikado witnessing Aroha can't be coincidences. And the one who orchestrated that was Kanade.
So Kanade really is the culprit?
Kanade?
Kanade? Okay, yep. Yeah, alright, sure.
Kanade.
Yeah, seems like you used your damn stupid brains to reach a conclusion. As you said, I don't have any logical rebuttal against this. As all of this is just a presumption, I have no evidence against it, yeah? Being the generous and merciful, I'll go over your stupid delusions. Yeah, suppose I did jug Aroha's coffee, yes? Then how about we go back to when Siobai was suspecting me as the culprit, yes? Try to deduce things under the proposition that I'm the culprit, yeah? Just how did I murder Setsuka? Quite an unsolvable mystery, yeah? Yeah? Why isn't anybody answering? Yes? Yeah, come on, answer me. Yes. Well?
Holy sprite work! Holy fuck!
I, who cannot carry the hands, I, who cannot hide the corpse near the ghost house, I, who was with you throughout all the entire parade. Explain to me how the hell did I manage to kill Setsuka despite all these alibis and move the damn corpse? Anyone? Yes? Siobai, Sora, Yuki, anyone? Come on, let's hear it. Connie, you're scaring me. Oh, my dear sis. Relax. There's no way that I'm the culprit. You're not the culprit either. We're completely innocent, so there's nothing to worry about. I'll solve everything for you. I will.
Nobody spoke another word. Was it because we were intimidated by the sheer insanity of Kanade? Partly that. But Kanade wasn't just raging upon us without any logic. It was completely different from the breakdowns of all the other culprits. There were simply just too many contradictions to point her as a culprit. Even if she really was the culprit, her defense against that truth was too hard for us to break.
My, cat got your tongue? Everyone try to focus. Maybe we've all missed some sort of clue. I don't want to die just as much as you guys, so let's start this over again. Now let's put our heads together on this.
It's impossible. There are too many contradictions if we assume Kanade's the culprit.
Maybe Kanade really isn't the culprit. And of course, me too.
So Neko what?
Neko what?
Did you like my breakdown? Crazy Kate's face came out of nowhere. Kanade's working for the Void, right? I still don't know. Honestly, I'm not 100%. I'm not sure whether it's her or whether it's actually, Setsuka that was. It could really go either way. I do think she's the Void. Not 100%. Listen, I'm still banking on those robots to be part of it. Alright, what about the deal with the sleeping pills? If Kanade wasn't the one who drank the coffee, then who was it? I honestly think it's possible Sora could have lied about this. We only have Sora's words to back it up, right? But if Sora was lying, then there goes my account's credibility again. As if you had any credibility to want to begin with.
But that isn't the only thing that made Kanade suspicious. Not to mention that Kanade didn't outright deny the fact about the sleeping pills.
I have no idea what's going on and who's right or wrong. Siobai, any ideas? I thought you saw me as shit. Now you're running back to me because you're out of ideas? The main problem is how the culprit was able to move the corpse to the ghost house. If we think about the whole timeline, the concept of hiding the corpse in Block A is entirely impossible. Still, they must have used the monorails, but we've missed something here. Something...
Oh, I got it. I know the culprit. It's Mikado. Mikado used magic to teleport the corpse inside the ghost house. He keeps talking about the school rules preventing him from using magic, but who knows if that rule is actually fake?
Aroha, might I kindly ask, what the actual fuck?
Or maybe there was a secret passage they used to transport the corpse.
Aroha, maybe it's best that you stay quiet.
Don't lose your focus, Aroha. That's not a theory. That's just your delusions. It's not a game theory. You're not Matt Pat. But
I can understand where she's coming from. There's really no logical way that this could have happened. Teleported inside. Secret passageway? The ghost house was shaped like... Siobai? I got it. There is a way. A way that Kanade Otokanoji can move the corpse. Really? What is it? The problem is solved if you can move the corpse inside the ghost house without using the gates. There's one passageway in the ghost house that matches this condition. Where's that? A passageway in the ghost house that connects to the outside other than the gates? Yeah, perhaps. There is one thing inside the ghost house. If we could pinpoint that. Wait, what? Oh my god! You've got to be kidding me! There's no way that... Wait! Okay, I was not... Oh, is that really it? Okay, this one actually... Because the chimney went to the side! Oh, that one actually got me! The fucking fireplace! Okay, that one got me. The chimney. What? Siobai, are you perhaps referring to the chimney? There was a fireplace at the ghost house. If there's a fireplace, then that means there was a chimney that connects it to the outside. Bingo. If you throw the corpse through the chimney, the corpse would get thrown down to the fireplace. If the fire was put out, it wouldn't stand out and it would be near the altar as well. The chimney, you're kidding me, right? What an astounding turn of events. By throwing the corpse in through the chimney during the parade, you don't have to hide them beforehand. You can simply enter empty-handed at 1942 after the white-haired girl leaves the ghost house. The corpse is already in the fireplace, so you just have to move them to the altar and flood the place with blood packs. Just in case, did you search the fireplace when you were investigating the ghost house? We did, and we found this black thing in there. No, I didn't think Setsuka was dead at that time. So I investigated the places that a living human being could naturally be. Not to mention, it was especially dark near the fireplace. Alright, so no contradictions there. How's this, twins? A new challenge for you. Let's see you sing and dance around this one. Still, the logic for this one has been a lot. Oh, okay. The culprit threw the corpse inside through the chimney. But is that actually possible?
nope, it's absolute nonsense. There weren't any clues left in the fireplace. We don't even have to discuss the clues. Do you have any idea how tall that is? How would you throw a corpse into a place that high? I guess the culprit rode a plane or something, yes?
Oh, I didn't mean to shoot. I honestly agree, it's going a bit too far. My magic could have pulled it off, sure, but I am bound by these cursed rules.
Would you stop distracting us with nonsense and just shut up?
Siobai's finally found some decisive clues. Let's not waste this chance and listen for contradictions in Kanade's words. Advanced Warrior, have a great night. Wait a second, about that fireplace. There was a suspicious black plastic bag near the fireplace. I'm not sure what that could be, but I'm positive it wasn't there from the start.
Plastic bags near the fireplace. What's the deal with that?
If we deduce it based on Siobai's theory, that bag would probably be the one that contained the body parts. The fireplace was always lit, at least until the culprit turned it off. If that bag was there before, it would have long burned away. So the bag was put there after the fire was put out. In other words, the day of the crime. There is other evidence that they threw the corpse through the chimney. The ghost house is higher than you think. If the corpse fell through that high of a height, there might be some traces left on the body. Traces on the body. If the culprit threw the corpse from a place that high, the corpse would definitely have some traces of it. And that evidence is the bruised corpse. You're talking about the bruises on the corpse, right, Siobai? You bet. Bruises? While Setsuka's body was cut into pieces, each piece had some trace of bruises. It even said so in the monochrome file. If the body fell straight through the roof, like Siobai said, it'd be unnatural that there would be a few broken bones here and there. Conversely, there would be no explanation for those bruises if it didn't fall through the chimney. The murder weapon was something sharp, so it's highly unlikely that those bruises would have occurred otherwise.
What nonsense are you on about? The chimney? You guys said it yourself, the ghost house is pretty tall. Considering the inclination of the building, it would be impossible to even climb up the damn thing. So how would someone manage that?
Honestly, I have to agree. After all, the ghost house is the tallest building out of everything in Block A. There's no other place taller than the ghost house, so how would you manage to throw something into the top of it? There's one place you can reach higher than the ghost house. It's the roller coaster or the Ferris wheel that's like right next to it. Like there's both things are in that area, right? What? Someplace aforementioned in my theory. The monorail. Oh! See, that's not well shown in the design of the actual map. But okay. The monorails go right past the ghost house roof. Are you seriously suggesting they threw the corpse while riding on the monorail? I'm not suggesting it. It's the only possible way.
Oh, I'm sorry, but this isn't a fantasy world. Or would you like me to get you incarnated into another world? Yeah, about that, I have someone otherworldly right next to me.
I'm not a fantasy creature. Treating me in such a way is cruel and sensitive act that ignores everything I've done so far. Not to be that guy here, but I think it's impossible too. The monorail is pretty slow, granted, but it is still a moving device. If they miss the shot, it all would go to waste. Would they risk that kind of shot on a moving platform? Yes, because Kanade told Hibiki and Kanade on the very first day, we saw them throwing darts, and Kanade told us, Hibiki told us all about how Kanade was really good at her aim and how she was really good at hitting the target. This was something we were told day one of this whole fucking chapter. Sorry, I got a little excited there. Throw the corpse to the chimney while the monorail goes past it? Is this truly possible for a human being? And a high schooler of all people? If there's any proof that this was possible for Kanade, then Siobai's theory would be basically confirmed. Let's trace our memories back. Recall any memory related to Kanade's physical abilities. Nope, I'm good. I know this one. This is the matching one. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh shit. Nope. Nope. There it is. I wish it gave us like another hint. R-E-M-A. Remark. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, that's gonna suck. I'm gonna have to do a retry here because I lost it. I couldn't figure out the word. But at least there's no penalty for retries. Looks like we're getting close to the wire. He, be, RK, okay. RK there. Okay, we're good. The keys. It was here and here? Yeah, there we go. That's not terrible. Hey! Don't hate on the East Coasters. Oh, yeah. There is proof. It might have been possible to throw the corpse into the chimney for Kanade. What? Really? Hibiki, listen to me.
Huh? What?
You told me on the first day on the third island at the casino, remember? The Kanade's accuracy is impeccable. She always hits her target. That one time, she even scored a goal from the school rooftop into the sports ground's basketball rim. I doubt that the casino is the best place to make profit out of.
I know. That's why Kanade's throwing the darts.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, behold, Kanade here is actually the semi-ultimate thrower. Darts are child's play to her.
Huh, never knew she had such a talent.
Kanade's amazing. One time she even scored a goal from the school rooftop onto the sports ground's basketball rim.
Is that even possible? Oh wait, if it is, yeah, throwing a corpse into the chimney while on the monorail should be a piece of cake.
I never knew Kanade had such an ability. Is that really true, Hibiki?
Oh, it is true. Kanade's always... Shut up, Hibiki!
You should have just kept quiet. What are you getting flustered for? Hello, Kirby. Welcome in. Your reaction just gave credibility to what your sister said. Come to think of it, Kanade looked a little flustered with that remark. At that time, I thought it was because she couldn't keep up with Hibiki's pace. But thinking back now, she might have already thought of this plan way back then. Way back then? That was a few days ago! She was already planning to murder someone even then? That would mean Kanade thought of this trick as soon as she understood the structure of Satsuki Land. Oh, aren't you the scary type?
If that's true, then it's actually possible for Kanade to commit the murder. Actually, the only one who has those abilities amongst us is Kanade. The murder would be impossible for anyone other than her. Kanade? Stupid sis. Well, sure, I'll let that pass. Doesn't matter, really. Even if I had used that method to move the corpse inside the ghost house. The monorail was active during 1800 and 1900. The only possible time for the culprit to throw the corpse. But have you all forgotten? That time was when the parade was going on.
Oh, that's right. Come to think of it, Kanade watched the parade with us. It wouldn't make sense for her to also be on the monorail throwing corpses at that time. We ourselves are the witnesses. No. Alright, that means we're stuck again?
Did Senpai make another mistake?
Oi, but Miss Little Sis didn't deny the chimney theory. To be honest, the reaction she just showed wasn't something from a totally innocent person.
I'm not the culprit. I didn't feel the need to object to every single detail. I have an alibi after all.
It seems we've hit another roadblock. If you're gonna act like that, two can play at that game. Everything would make sense if she's able to ride the monorail at that time, right?
Told you I was watching the parade. The others there are all witnesses.
But was that really you? What do you mean? Stupid shits. You got fooled once last time. This is literally the same trick, dickheads.
Last time? You mean when Emma disguised herself as Kokoro?
That's right, Bubblehead. Don't you all get it now? Recall who I suspected as an accomplice when Kanade...
It can't be.
It can't be. Hibiki disguised herself as Kanade? That would make sense as to why her hair was down.
What?
No, wait, it isn't entirely impossible. It actually makes sense. Hibiki and Kanade are identical twins. A bit of disguise and no one would be able to tell them apart. Hibiki doesn't have an alibi today, so she was disguised as Kanade. And then the person without an alibi throughout today was actually Kanade. We should double check just in case. Has anyone seen Hibiki even once after morning? The case already started this morning. Of course no one's seen them. They basically switched their alibis through disguise. The first time we saw Kanade was after breakfast during the parade. So the Kanade we met there was probably Hibiki. The real Kanade was riding the monorail, moving the corpse. Admit it, Kanade, you're not just some ordinary high schooler. You're smart, cunning, and careful, even more so than me. You were right, Hibari. I didn't think they were going to be able to do that. It beats me on why such a talented girl is in a band for some reason. You let your guard down. Sure, you've put up a pretty high wall, but you've left some holes here and there. Well, my turn is over. It's yours now. Any rebuttals? I haven't had such a battle like that in ages. It was honestly a bit fun. You're right, Keaton. It hurts my pride that I had to get some help from the likes of you along the way. In some way they have to switch at some point. Yeah. So you're admitting that? I thought you would try to take all the credit. I told you, I'm a calculative guy. We all die a happy death if I make a mistake while I stubbornly press on with my theory. I suppose you're right, Aaron. It's much more efficient to give up your pride and put your brains together in these cases. To think you'd be on the same wavelength as us. I think this is the first time you've spoken this much. Doesn't change the fact you all were hopeless as shit till I took over the stage.
You had to rub it in.
Kanade? So let me get this straight. The one watching the parade was actually Sis, and I was actually on the monorails, yes. And while the monorail went past the ghost house, I threw the corpse into the chimney. Congratulations, you've gotten everything wrong.
Another rebuttal. Would you pliv me a break? You're definitely the culprit here.
If you lack brains to think, then don't talk at all.
Do I do a nice creepy laugh? I'm glad you like it.
People like you are the reason the term trash journalism exists.
Oh, what did you just... Finally, someone who knows how to put up a real fight. Come at me.
Now I'm going to start with the throwing corpse part and go through everything from there. Setsuka's dismembered body consisted of the head, torso, hands, arms, legs, and feet. So 10 pieces altogether. Now here's a simple question. How many times does the monorail go past the ghost house during its 1 hour run?
What?
You're not seriously suggesting I threw all 10 pieces at one go, are you? The monorail's quite slow. It's still as fast as a speeding bike. To summarize, you can only throw one piece at a time each time you go past the ghost house. According to Sealbite's theory, the culprit starts off at Block C to ride the one heading to Block A, right? They throw the first piece here, and 15 minutes after it takes a round trip, they throw the next one. They throw each piece at round trips at the 30, 45, 60-minute mark. Wait, who would have guessed it? Our precious hour has already passed with 4 round trips. Cat invasion! Fumi, welcome in.
Hi, how are ya?
Fumi, hi.
Cat invasion. Hi. Man, we've had lots of raids tonight. How are you guys? I should probably take this opportunity to take a drink. My throat's getting a bit sore. I'm honestly really glad that I'm taking tomorrow off. You're good. You played Sonic Unleashed. Ooh. The pink cats have raided the purple cat. Hello, welcome in. Lucky Luck, welcome in. Hello. Call us roaches, we're getting Okay. Kanade getting body parts out of train while it's raining men plays in the background. Okay, but chat, can I be 100% with you? The safety pins we found in the bushes were used to attach the body parts together so that she could throw more than one chunk at once. That's my guess anyway.
Oh, Cryo, thank you.
What were you doing? Sonic Unleashed. Very cool. Very cool. Well, I hope you guys all enjoy your time here. You think I'm right? I know. Listen. Neko Big Brain. Have I been wrong? Like totally 100. Like really, really wrong this whole time. Besides, here's my other thing. Even if that's not, like, I do think that that's what she did, but I think that, how did Kanade not vomit at the side of the body? I don't think this is Kanade's first kill, not by a long shot. Okay, yeah, so I thought that the suits were used, which it could have been. I mean, it was definitely a well, possibility sort of thing. It's possible, though, that the body was thrown through the chimney earlier than the time. Well, I mean, maybe not. Hey, listen, Neko's still big brain.
Wait, who would have guessed it? Our precious hour has already passed with 4 round trips.
By the way, Fumi, if this is your favorite trial, then you might want to go check out where I actually voiced the first crash out she had. I don't know if she has another one, because I think I really did a damn good job on it. I'm a little proud of myself for that crash out.
And the monorail isn't active for the next hour. What are we to do with the remaining 6 pieces? How are we to explain this?
Oh, well, because, I mean, even just at the point of, you could safety pin both hands to, you could safety pin 2 hands to the to the leg, like a leg. You could safety pin 2 feet to a leg. That takes care of 4 pieces. You could safety pin the arms together. That takes care of 5. And then you could safety pin the head to the chest. That's 6. Right? Like, that makes sense. Maybe Kanade is just one big safety pin. Seems like a lot of work for little safety pins. Right, but we found a ton of safety pins. What if she cut it apart? What do you mean? Safety pin it up. That's Habari. Habari, sweetheart. Habari. How high are you? I don't know if it would break apart. I mean, they had plenty of time. It's fine. Anywho. Jesus Christ. Oh, well. She definitely makes a point. The idea of throwing a corpse into the chimney was remarkable. But the number of throws needed is far too much.
We have a much bigger problem at hand, really. Throwing the corpse inside the chimney is actually impossible for a different reason. Sure, the legs, arms, hands, and feet are small enough to fit inside the passageway. And the head, well, she did have a relatively small head, so let's let that pass. But what about the torso? You really think that her torso would be able to fit inside that small of a chimney? It's not possible.
Her torso was missing an abdomen, right? It wouldn't have to fit without it.
You can break the joints to fit any other piece of the body, but you can't do so with the body itself. Not to mention her chest area was particularly larger than anyone else. That part would surely get stuck halfway through.
So you're gonna play that card, huh? And then you could just move the torso separately, you know, through the gates as normal.
But how? The reason we're talking about the damn chimney theory is because we're passing through the gates. It's practically impossible, remember? If you want to prove this theory, you need to be able to move each and every part through the chimney.
With whatever reasoning we throw at Kanade, she vigorously defends back. If we can't penetrate through this defense, we won't be able to accuse her as the culprit. As Siobai admitted, we can't win against Kanade alone. Let's think through this together. Guess what?
The torso does not fit in the chimney. In other words, you would need to move the torso in a different way. Of course, such a way doesn't exist.
You could have just taken the torso separately. When Kanade is busy throwing corpses, he moves to the ghost house with the torso.
Impossible! I was watching the parade then.
Oh, I did not mean to hit the thing.
Even if that was Sis's disguise, at least one of us needs to be there. But then by that logic, who was the person that watched the parade?
What if she separately took the torso and hid it somewhere else in Block A?
Impossible. You can only throw 4 pieces total. There are 6 pieces, excluding the torso, so that's still too much to ask.
And then we're out of any options.
If we exclude the chimney theory, there's no other ways to move the torso. And even the chimney option is made impossible by the monorail schedule. In conclusion, I am not the culprit.
Ooh, so the parade dolls do come in. Hey! Kobe, welcome in. How are you tonight? Is this really a contradiction? Were we really wrong? There must be room for rebuttals. Let's look through this evidence again. Do. chose dung and goated. I don't care if it was a bad pun. No, Kanade? There's a way to move the torso without throwing it into the chimney. Moreover, by doing this, you could also move the torso from block C to A without getting caught. Does such a way really exist?
Impossible. There's no such way.
Well, there is. It's by using the parade dolls. Parade dolls. This was just a spark of an idea, but the dolls move on their own, and they're empty inside. So if you put the torso inside the dolls of the storehouse at block C before the parade, the torso will automatically get sent with the parade without gathering suspicion. I'm impressed, Whitey. That was what I was gonna say. In addition to what she said, the torso would inevitably arrive at Block A's storehouse after the parade, which was exactly the place Kanade was supposed to be investigating during your search.
Oh, so she had a way of retrieving it back.
And then the torso was hiding inside the storehouse. Listen, I called the parade dolls from the beginning. And in the 6-minute gap between 1936 when Sora left and 1942, she went inside the ghost house during this time to retrieve the torso. Yeah, in addition to that, Hibiki was probably hiding in the storehouse as well. When the white-haired gang started to search Block A, that girl headed straight to the storehouse and switched places with the real Kanade. After that, the littler shit confirms the albino left the ghost house and signals this to her sister using the handbook. The little shit who was standing by with the torso in the storehouse heads straight to the ghost house. Meanwhile, the littler shit returns to the white-haired gang. We previously thought 6 minutes would be too short of a time to move the corpse between the storehouse and the ghost house. However, that was because we considered moving all the body pieces. If it was just the torso, it definitely would have been possible. Amazing, Sora!
And so what? As previously mentioned, the monorail only passes through the ghost house 4 times in the span of an hour. We have 5 more body pieces to take care of, even excluding the torso. How are we to move this?
Well, about your crap about the monorails? You mean 7 times, not 4, you little lying shit. What? How come? Takes 15 minutes for a round trip and the monorail becomes inactive after 1 hour. Oh, that's if you only ride one monorail! There are 2 different kinds of monorail, one for each direction. To go past the ghost house, you need to take the track between Block A and C. Simply said, if you transfer between the 2 monorails to ride only the track between Block A and C, there's no need for a full round trip. Wait, how did the order and direction of the monorails go again? Hold on a sec, I had it written down just in case. Here it is. At every hour, the monorail starts at a block and goes along the path of BAC. And 5 minutes later, another monorail takes its departure towards the other direction. Hold on, so if we draw out the timetable... Quit wasting time. Here, give me that. I'll draw it for you. Now you get what I mean? Okay. So here's the pattern from what I'm hearing them saying. It gets to... They would have put the pieces on, whatever. We ride from A to C, and then we get off at B, A to C, and then we get off at B, and then we get on at B. Maybe C to A. I'm not even sure at this point. Actually, hold up. This is weird. C to A to C, A to C. I don't know. Whatever. It does. I'm. The focal point is here starting from 1800. The culprit was standing with the corpse at the Block C station. When the train headed to Block A at 1810, she rides it to Block A. Okay, so this is here. Riding it to A. Here she goes past the ghost house for the first time and she throws one of the pieces. One down. Okay. Then she gets off. And then here. Okay. And then she gets off. Okay, it makes sense. Yeah. I missed some shit, but I was mostly right, Hibari. She arrives at Block A at 8:15, waits 5 minutes on the platform for the train headed the opposite direction. When the train arrives, she rides it back to Block C. During that time, she passes through the ghost house again, 2 down. Block C again at 18:25, but this time the train she'll transfer has already arrived. She transfers right away to head back to Block A, 3 down. If you repeat the process... There it is. Do I need to go any further? Y'all got it by now, right?
He's right. Using this method, you can go past the ghost house a total of 7 times.
And the last train arrives at Block A at exactly 1900. Or perhaps Kanade even took this into account when she's choosing the crime scene. Well, at 7, there's 9 body parts, so she pins the hands and pins the feet together.
I see, I made a mistake. It seems like you would be able to throw the 7 corpse pieces through the chimney. But what difference does it make? Even with the torso carried by the parade dolls.
I'm not mad at you.
Hibari Zanxis has joined the Lolita Syndicate on YouTube. Miko, read my last message. It's I am Portan, I am sorry.
I am Portant. Hold on. How many Hibari quotes are there? Q3? Q4? Is there a Q4? Lolita Bot? Yep. Q5? Okay. Q6? I'm sorry, the I am Portant is staying in your vernacular forever. Okay. I think that's it. Hibari Q6. Copy. Q6. No. Your apology is written in the text of the Neko for all of eternity. Aren't you happy? Anywho. On about the body parts.
Quite a mystery, yeah? What happened to those 2 pieces, yeah? Just how did I move them, yes? Answer me!
Can't you fit the 2 pieces with the torso inside the parade dolls? Even if the storehouse is a bit far away, I'm sure 6 minutes is enough to manage 2 additional body pieces. I doubt it. Her torso's quite large and heavy after all. Good night, Keaton. Sorry we didn't get to the ending for ya.
What about the small parts on the body, like hands and feet? These seem pretty possible.
Hands? Yeah, that's it. The 2 remaining pieces should definitely be hands. What do you mean? Think about it. Aroha saw Hibiki entering the ghost house between 7:55 and 7:57. That means she used Setsuka's handbook, which means she had Setsuka's hand and needed to turn the handbook on. So the remaining 2 hands were carried by Miss Older Sis herself. Hold on, that's right before the parade. Hibiki was disguised as Kanade, she would have to meet up with us right after. So she wouldn't even have had time to hide the hands. Wait a minute, Hibiki was disguised as Kanade? Super Computer? Really? So that's what she used for the chest stuffing. She used the hands to stuff her chest. That means she had her hands with her when she was with us. That's exactly the problem, bro. If she had them then, we would have definitely noticed them.
Finally, some sensible logic. You're most absolutely right. Even if it was my sis that was with you during that parade, no one knows the whereabouts of those hands during that time. Do you finally see the contradictions?
No, it might not actually be a contradiction. Asara? I have a hunch on where that hand could have been, actually.
Sora, perhaps you're under the false impression that you're smart just because you were able to tag along with Yobai's theory. You're just a disgusting parasite that's always leeching off someone else's ideas and theories. That sheer arrogance in your face as if you've figured out something on your own. It's disgusting. Would you please stay out of my sight before I throw up at the sight of your disgusting face?
No, Kanade. We'll see just who's being arrogant here. This should be Kanade's final line of defense. Break through this, and we might be able to end it. This trial once and for all. Oh, I love it! Okay. Okay. This is it. Using hands to correct body shape. I was right!
終わりです。
Holy! Give me a second to read this. Please stop making that face. She's a rocker, a punk rocker. Hot. She was such a strong killer. I agree. Hope the first who came up with the rhythm games doesn't sue. Nah. She did say she was into rock and hard metal. True. You keep saying it, but when this gets V8, it's gonna be awesome. Yeah. I hope they give me a call. I'm kidding. Boy, her voice is deeper than we expected. Fair. I did make her voice deeper than her sister's, though. Like not by much, but a little bit. Throughout the Dongans, you couldn't think of anyone who was this thorough about her process of fight with this much logic. I do have somebody for you, but it's spoiler territory. Voice is rather fitting. Okay, on the meat bone, I feel that. CEO cat with a bow tie. I wish Kanade married me, please. That's like a child. You're right about her stuffing. You called it. Neko did it. Warning, this execution is crazy. Okay, good to know. You have to have Sailin off here. She's so ridiculously thorough. It's incredible. And it's not even about the logic. Oh, wow. Yes, nice. I got a perfect score there. I'll save. Her chest. She must have hidden Setsuka's hands inside her clothes. Or should I say, on her chest?
Her chest?
Even if Hibiki looks identical to Kanade, they're not completely the same. Particularly, their body shape is different. What I think of these minigames, I like them a lot. The Kanade we saw at the parade was identical to the Kanade at the point where it's almost unbelievable that it was actually Hibiki. Then we can assume she probably used some object to correct her body shape. And you're saying that the objects used were Setsuka's hands? Yeah. Considering the black plastic bags near the fireplace, they probably used those to carry the corpse pieces. If you wrap the hands with multiple plastic bags and hold it inside your clothes, you can not only carry the hands without suspicion while also correcting your body shape. You could even make a small hole in the bag so that the fingerprint would be exposed, so you can open the handbook just by putting it inside your clothes. Crime solved with the power of titties! I'm quoting you on that. I don't know how to spell your name. You know what? LD. That's what you're getting. LDQ. Add command. Oh, is that how you spell it? Cool. I'll do it that way then. Copy pasta. See, you're getting your first quote. Yay! I'm in a quotey mood tonight. SDRA 2. There we go. Using this method, you could even freely use Setsuka's handbook to manipulate the Ghost House gate records. I see. If she didn't use the hands to correct her size, then there must have been evidence of some other object being used, which there wasn't. Why doesn't it like me? Why doesn't it like that? One thing you absolutely love about this trial is that in addition to setting up evidence, Kanade actively manipulates the discussion. Yeah. I'm gonna have to go. You know what? Let me just copy the whole thing. I shouldn't already have one of those. I'm taking it over to Twitch side just because it's a little bit easier to deal with. I can see it a little better. There shouldn't be... Oh! Wing It must have added that over here. Okay. So you already have a quote on my channel. It's the same Doomslayer one. Okay. Well, I guess you're getting a second one. A lot of the quotes in my book are the same as they are on Wingit's channel. We share a lot of our quote book together, so. How in the world did you come up with that idea? What Kanade said a while ago gave me an inspiration. She said, if you put it in your clothes, it would stick out and cause suspicion, right? But if it was Hibiki using it to disguise into Kanade, it would seem natural. Aaron, not yet. I mean, you might get one eventually, but don't try for them because that makes me avoid it. In fact, she actually needed the hands to stick out for the disguise to work.
Sora, I must say I'm impressed. But do you have any evidence that my sis had those bloody damn hands on her breasts? If you just simply wrap it in plastic bags, people would soon notice if you move just a little.
Evidence that Hibiki used the hands on her breasts. I didn't notice them during the investigation, but that item was probably used here. The safety pins! They were used for the body parts. I do have proof, Kanade. There were pins found near the ghost house, presumably used to fix something in place. I wondered about its existence during the investigation. Just I didn't. But now I know exactly why it was there. Those pins were used to hold the hands and the clothes tight by pinning them together. What Legion of Followers didn't know I could do what? Yikes, DBZ Trunks fan. A sequence when being a lefty brought up is incredible. Immediately plants the seeds. Yeah. I did. Those pins were used to hold the hands and the clothes tight by pinning them together. And she threw them away just like that. Girl, are you a genius or an idiot? Make up your mind. That was probably because the older sis needed to quickly undisguise herself before entering the ghost house. Undisguised? I thought Hibiki disguised herself when she was leaving the pool. If the disguise itself was used to carry the hands, why would she suddenly undisguise herself in front of the ghost house? Moron, you have Bubblehead to thank for that. Recall who she was entering the ghost house as.
Stop calling me Bubblehead. It was definitely Hibiki. I know they're similar, but their hairstyles and hairpins differ after all.
For Kanade to make Iroha suspicious, she needed Iroha to witness Hibiki, not Kanade. So she must have thrown away the pins there.
I don't know anything about that.
So when we were watching the parade, we had Setsuka's severed hands right next to us? Ugh.
That's horrifying.
Kanade, we've now solved all three of the contradictions that you've presented. The monorail's time schedule, the transportation of the body, and carrying the two hands. I believe there aren't any contradictions left. I don't want to continue this trial any longer. Please admit to it already.
Stupid sis, she ruined it all. Giving out a conclusive testimony, throwing away the pins. I can almost laugh at her stupidity. Alright. Yeah, I'm the culprit. So it really was Kanade.
You finally admit to it.
That's just me. I would have been a perfect crime. Trying to use sis as an accomplice ended up getting me caught.
Don't be disappointed. Have some confidence. You were amazing. Aren't many people that have smarter brains than you, even in my world. I can guarantee you that, at least.
Do you honestly think that would make me feel better?
And that aside, I have something to ask of Kanade. From the looks of Hibiki in this trial, her memory loss was genuine, right?
If sis didn't have that trait, I wouldn't have even tried to use her as an accomplice. Even without any memory, she's this stupid. And would have been an even bigger idiot than that to use her as my moron sister as an accomplice while she was herself.
But then, never mind. You've already admitted to your crimes, after all.
It hurts me to say this, but I think this is the first time my crime's ever been exposed.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean?
Whatever. What does it all matter now? Let's end this now with our votes. Astounding! This class trial was a series of intense battles between you that surpassed any trials before. As a teacher and the judge, I must say this was very interesting. Well, now that you've reached the answer, it's time to see if that answers the truth. Never more would there be a trial like this, but it's time to reach out to the truth. Now then, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. Will that answer be the truth or not? No.
Kanade's the culprit. Wait, something's wrong. Wait! Everyone wait a minute, don't vote just yet. Whoa, you startled me, Sora.
Not this again, what now?
Oh, what's the matter, Sora? I was about to push the button. Well, what is the matter indeed? Kanade herself admitted it. The case had been solved. There shouldn't be anything wrong. But what is this feeling? I can't shave off the feeling that I shouldn't let the trial end like this. Like, as if some unknown force is behind me. What's this unsettling feeling? Siobai? What? I want to ask you, as the person who almost single-handedly solved this case, are you sure we're going to be fine ending the trial with Kanade as the culprit? What? I have no reasons. I don't even know myself why I'm doing this. I'm not just saying this. I'm serious more than ever right now.
Sora, are you alright? You seem a bit weird right now.
I don't think Kanade's the culprit.
What in tarnation? Sora, what do you want about now? Even I'm confused right now.
Well, the thing is, I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm on about. Sora, perhaps the long trial's taken a hold on you. You look tired after all. Alright, I mean the case is basically over right now. Please, just once more. Let's discuss this just once more. We've missed something. I feel like we've missed something very important. It's 'cause it's both of them. I don't think the torso was hidden because it's a left-handed stab wound. I think the torso's hidden because there's a left-handed stab wound and a right-handed one. I think they both stabbed her. I've been saying it was both of them. Listen, I said this from the beginning that I thought it was both of them. There's literally nothing more to talk about. Although I can't give a good reason, please believe me. I beg of you. Even if you say so. No, do what the girl says.
Siobai?
I thought it over as well. There's something left. We need to discuss that something.
I mean, for me, you're basically extending my life a bit, so I don't mind. But as the culprit, I don't know what else there's left to do now. So, see? Is Kanade not the culprit?
I don't know, but I know I shouldn't let the trial end this way.
Then I'm gonna trust Sosie. Honestly, I cannot grasp the reality of this situation. I don't have any memory of today. Kanade killing Suka. And I helped that? I don't want to believe any of that. Even if I'm terrified, I'm gonna trust Kanade once more. Kanade is my sister after all.
What? Seriously, what is going on with this trial? Sora? You know what? I don't know what's going on, but I'm on Sora's side. Me too. I'm gonna trust Sora. A little more discussion isn't gonna hurt anyone after all. I'm telling you, it's a waste of time. I honestly can't understand the logic behind all this. Wait, what, Hibari? Never mind, bad theory. I don't know what I've done, nor do I know if this was the right thing to do. If it was some force other than my own consciousness, it was as if some other force other than my own consciousness was controlling my actions. I might be troubling everyone with a random thought that had no basis. But still, I cannot go against this force. All that's left for me is to follow it. Listen! Did I not say that it would not be one twin but both? Did I not say it? And it's a scrum debate! Yes, I was missing this. We're all good. I love the scrum debate. Best mechanic ever. Is Kanade Otakanoji the culprit?
I'm the culprit. What more should I discuss when I admitted to it?
Okay, it's gonna be this one.
We've already solved every trick. Can't we just let this end?
There's nothing left to discuss about. What is wrong with you guys? It's not like we have any other theories. This is just a waste of time. Are you suggesting the involvement of a third party? Then we'd be back to square one.
Are you saying that there was another suspect that even I, the culprit, was unaware of?
All right, here we go. We need to come up with a rebuttal for each person. The only thing that kind of sucks here is the comic. Yeah, true. Well, I mean, I kind of knew it anyway. I knew that was not the end. Is it interesting that Hibiki's helping us considering we might be screwing her over? I don't think she realizes that. I need to logically match our points together. I don't know why, but I shouldn't let the trial end just yet. And to do so, I'm going to convince everyone. Suspect. There are no other suspects. However, we cannot end the trial like this. Trust me. Wait, what? Trick. There may be some unsolved tricks left. I believe in Sora. We don't know for sure that until we actually discuss the matter. Theories.
Sora isn't trying to suggest new theories. She's just trying to discuss more about the case.
Third party. A third party might ask, quit your bullshit. Oh.
Kanade's not the culprit. We must have made a mistake somewhere.
This is wrong. Suspect and culprit are swapped. Okay. There we go. So Hibari, this is actually a mechanic from the third game of the main line, and it's my favorite mechanic. So I'm really excited for when we get to do it there too. We need to come up with a rebuttal for each but I did. Shouldn't let the trial end. Yeah, I'm gonna convince everyone. Do I need to do this? Oh god, I need to do it all in one run. Okay. Okay, here we go. At least we know what they all are now. Trick. Wait, you're gonna be playing Legends of Runeterra on Thursday? Chat. There we go. Set. Wow, it didn't even make me switch. It didn't make me switch. That's actually kind of funny. Yeah. Oh, well. That's fine. I've done remarkably better on this one than I did on the last one. Guys, we have 33 viewers right now. I appreciate all of you. And if you haven't liked the stream yet, at least consider it. And if you're not subscribed, you know, consider that. There's also 7 viewers over on Twitch side. I appreciate all of you. And again, if you haven't followed, maybe consider it. Maybe a membership YouTube side. They're only $2. Maybe, you know, subscribable Twitch side. That's always fun. This trial's too long. Listen, you also got to remember that I've been taking my time and chatting with you guys throughout this trial. I probably could have done this in like half the time if I had like really been cruising through it. Like if I made a video for it or something, I would have cruised right through it much faster. So what are we gonna do about this? We should listen to what Sarah has to say. You know she's not the type to do this without any reason. This is the longest trial? Yeah, I kind of figured it was gonna be. About that, I don't know the reason myself. But we should talk about this more. Then maybe we'll get rid of this unnerving feeling. But the culprit's already been exposed. Is there anything left to talk about? Oh, why don't we have a small chat like the friends we are? You know, I agreed with that girl. I also felt something was off, though I didn't notice it until she mentioned it. We've definitely solved all the tricks. The culprit's Kanade. But is that truly all there is to this? It feels like there should be more. That kind of feeling. Exactly, Siobai. I felt that too, like we've missed one last thing. Would you stop sharing that just between yourselves and let us in? Sora said she didn't know why she felt like that, but Siobai, do you know the reason why? There are 2 things I felt suspicious about. While this was in the works, yeah, certain characters were changed due to V3's influence. Interesting. Yeah, but I didn't know it was gonna be that soon, Advanced Warrior. They were also embezzling! Lol, 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 lol. First, what happened to the missing abdomen of Setsuka? Secondly, why did Hibiki help her sister with this whole affair?
The missing abdomen and the reason for the cooperation.
Let's talk about the first one. I mentioned the victim's missing abdomen during my theory a while ago, remember? You said it was because the difference the wound marks would make based on what hand they used. Kanade was left-handed, and to hide the stab wounds, she threw away the torso. Thanks to that info, we were able to suspect her.
But where is that abdomen really?
They would have gotten rid of the abdomen as well as some of the intestines. You can drain the flesh bit by bit down the drain, but that's not the important part. The important part is, was that really the only reason? Since you've oh so kindly admitted to your crime, I want to ask you, did you really get rid of it for just that?
Of course, it's what you deduced, remember? From my own inspection, the only lefties here were Aroha and me. If I didn't take care of it, it would have come back later to bite me. I did try to abuse this to frame Aroha, but that plan also failed. How could you?
Really?
Huh?
I'm not the type to brag, but I've got an eye for talent. You, a person with that big of a brain, of all people, wouldn't have done things this sloppily.
You say that, but in the end, Kanade did choose this method, right? She herself admitted it.
If this was done by spur of the moment, she might have taken this route. But from drugging Bubblehead to rigging the gate records, she definitely planned this way ahead of time. Super Computer, when we actually do, V3? I'd love if you could tell us more about that. Running an unlicensed taxidermy mail order business. As a lefty, you don't like the left-handed slander. The drug at the pool? It was unopened, though. She definitely planned this way ahead of time. A double-layered trap of framing her own sister as the culprit, and as plan B, framing Bubblehead. And even after she was busted, she calmly pointed out contradictions to the theory of her being the culprit. And then that same person forgot about the stab wounds. Used her left hand and then took care of it? She might not have known about the difference between the stab wounds beforehand. Have you not been listening? By the looks of her dismemberment skills, she's used to this kind of business. I can guarantee there's no way that a person at that level didn't know about the stab wounds. But she's the ultimate guitarist! Considering her profession, isn't it unlikely she would have reached that kind of level? If she really did murder Setsuka, she's probably a Void. The Void's a criminal syndicate. That might be entirely possible. Siobai does have a point. The fact that she got rid of the abdomen means that she would have known she would be caught by the left-handed stab wound. If she knew that, she could have just stabbed Setsuka with her right hand. Why would she have gone through the hassle of getting rid of the evidence?
It's just that I only realized it after I stabbed her. As you might have already guessed, the knife used to stab Setsuka was the folding one that's in everybody's room. I stabbed her with my left hand without much thought, and only then I realized the potential danger of leaving that kind of evidence. I never imagined that there would actually be someone who'd suspect me because of that, but that maybe turned into a reality by you, Siobai. That's all there is to it.
You, who planned this whole mindfuck, stabbed her without much thought? Okay, now I know you're hiding something. You would have definitely found another method. Even I can think of many options off the top of my head right now. Using your right hand to create more stab wounds so the stab wound won't be visible, and repeatedly stabbing her with both hands so we won't be able to tell which one was the first blow.
Are we really continuing this? You know what I hate the most? Repeating useless stuff that's already over. Just execute me already.
Wait, Siobai, enough about that. What about the second suspicious thing? The reason Hibiki cooperated. We really didn't go over this detail during the trial, but why do you think Hibiki cooperated with her sister in the first place? Huh?
I don't know, why did she?
Didn't Kanade mention something about the altar? She believes sacrificing Setsuka's body would grant our wishes?
That's right, the motive video. Kanade said that her video featured her parents, right?
She'll help kill Setsuka to save her parents, even if she meant she bloodied her own hands. Wait, is that really how it went? Yuki? Even if she really believed that concept and put her body on the altar. That definitely is possible, but that's not all she did, right? She disguised herself, rigged the gate records together with Kanade. Isn't it weird? All she had to do to grant her wish was put each body part on the altar. There was no reason for her to follow the rest of Kanade's plans.
You're right.
Hibiki wasn't quite herself this morning, granted, but it wasn't like she had lost her mind or anything. Even if seeing Setsuka's dead body made her go mad, this is definitely not normal. Maybe we should think more about this. Maybe we should ask her this directly. Hibiki, why were you this cooperative to Kanade's plans?
Even if you ask me, I have no memory of this. I don't know. I don't know what's what.
Considering she's been next to useless in this trial, that would be a waste of time. The trick wouldn't have worked without Hibiki helping Kanade with everything throughout. Why did she agree to all this? If it succeeded, she would have died, and if it failed, her sister would have died. You're right. Come to think of it, this is pretty weird. The culprit's only one person. Hibiki doesn't have any benefit by becoming an accomplice. It just hit him. Ah. Siobai? Oh, that's it. That's what it was.
Holy mackerel, this one's gone bonkers as well.
I've got it. A crazy theory that solves all our questions.
Really? What is it?
Hibiki, you're also the culprit. The culprit's Kanade, isn't it? Did you even hear what I said? I said also. They're not just accomplices, they're both the true culprit. What? What are you talking about? That's impossible. There should only be one culprit according to class trial rules. It's against the rules for there to be two of them. Since when did the rules say so? What? Don't believe me? Pull out your handbook and read Rule 6. Hold on a second. Rule 6. If two murders, each performed by different Blackened, occur consecutively, only the one committed earlier is acknowledged. The part we need to focus on is the part about consecutive murders. This is considering when there are two different Blackened who separately killed two different victims. In the case of two separate Blackens targeting one victim, there's no rule specified about it. Wait, then what happens if something like this case happened? If it isn't a special case like Rule 6, normally the person who last injured the victim while they were still alive becomes the culprit. What do you mean by that? To put it simply, let's say Aroha stabs Teruya with a knife. If I stab the drying Teruya before his last breath, I would become the Blacken that killed Teruya. It becomes a game of who made the last shot. I see. If there were two separate victims in culprit pairs, the one that took place earlier gets prioritized. But for two killers and one target, the one who made the finishing blow is the culprit.
Excuse me, did you really have to use me as an example?
But that still means that only one person can become the culprit in the end, right? You still don't get it? If the person who makes the finishing blow takes the name of the Blackened, then if two people injure the victim at the same time, they both become the culprit, capiche? They didn't outright stab her. They knocked her out and stabbed her together at the same time. Is that really impressive that you figured it out? Thank you. This case has been really refreshing, honestly. This is like some 3-part Detective Conan, you know, really complicated murder shit. I am loving this. Actually, probably the reason why I'm figuring these out is because of how much Detective Conan I've watched.
You're out of your mind. Even if they stabbed her together, there should have been some time difference between them. If one stabbed her just a bit later than the other, that person would be the sole culprit.
Habari!
Habari Zanxis has just tipped $10 through Super Chat.
Have I seen the movie Clue? I think I have. Your live keeps freezing? I don't know. Some people kind of guess it's because chapter 3, so 3 people die and don't consider the possibility of Kanade killing someone in the prose trial. Which is what you thought of. That's an interesting one. Let me think. Hold on real quick. I lost my chain of thought. Oh, so this is the thing. So Siobai, they're talking about if it was even a millisecond later that it would have been, but the two of them are twins that play in the same band. Can we talk about the sheer mental concept of Kanade framing herself? Yes. Yes, we certainly can, because I thought that the whole time I'm like, oh my god, Kanade is gonna just take the blame and be smirking about it. because I don't think because we wouldn't have fully solved the case. And she would have still won, I think. Because we got it wrong. So the two of them would have walked away from this together. Also, can I point out that the fact that the two of them were the first people to ever realize this loophole? God, Kanani's a brilliant fucking bitch. Oh, really? Let's take this to the judge. Yo, Bird.
Bird? I prefer to be called a crow. That aside, well, 6 you say. That was put in there just in case 2 separate murder cases happened in the span of one day. Imagine the troubles you would go through of solving 2 cases in one trial. This is a defense against that. But this case is a bit difficult even for me. If they injure the person at the same time, indeed.
So, is it possible or not?
Theoretically, yes, but in reality, it's next to impossible. If a murder occurs anywhere, the high-tech sensors of Utsuroshima detect 2 hit blast down to .001 seconds. If anyone was even late by a little bit, they would become the official culprit by the record.
And you see, it's impossible. Wait. You make it just... Yeah. What if they get it down to the same .0001 second?
Well, we'll measure down to .00001 seconds.
And if they do it within the same .00001 seconds? Yo, Siobai, what are you leading up to?
If the time difference was next to 0 according to the records, you're saying? Well, if it was that pinpoint, then I admit it, they both become the black end.
Fucking bingo. Wait. That's only theoretically impossible, remember? Even if they thought they did it at the same time, there's naturally bound to be some time difference between them. Unless they were machines or something.
Nike's right. I mean, I am capable of doing everything right, but for my sis, it'd be impossible.
Why the sudden passivity? Are you hiding something from us?
What did you say?
It would have been possible for you twins. If my theory is correct, that was exactly why you couldn't have left the torso be. I've seen it. Well, she would know. I mean, I feel like I've seen it. Why am I still live? Because the trial's still going, Cherry. I mean, do I really need a reason to have a nice long live? Oh, look, a strawberry. I mean a cherry. How are you tonight, Cherry? I'm not saying this without any basis. The proof that you can do it with exact timing was ironically provided by Newsy over there. Me? What do you mean by that? Do you guys remember the interview that Newsy did on the twins back at the second island? How on earth would we remember such a minor thing? Yeah, there's no stream tomorrow. Wednesdays are my night off now, remember? No Wednesday stream. How rude! My interviews are never something minor. Of course, I always remember every detail of my interviews. I even have it written down. But why do you remember that? That isn't the focus here. Just shut up and listen. If you have it written down, then that's better. Read the part about the secret behind their synergy. The culprits have been smart, other culprits have nearly won. This trial is the only one managed to create a character who never should have lost under normal circumstances. You're so right. I mean, fair enough, Cherry. Most brilliant plan, the most brilliant mind, and the most brilliant accuracy. You're welcome, Super Computer. Let me see here. So you two have shown us a fantastic performance, especially the unbelievable synergy between you two. What is your secret behind this synergy?
Well, we do practice day and night, but we aren't like any other twins. We're 2 as 1. If we're in beat, we can play within a margin of error of less than .0000001 seconds. Isn't that right, Kanade? Huh? Oh, yeah.
I see. So the fact that you're twins is a crucial factor. This is a scoop in itself.
He's unstoppable. Well, as Shin said, we better get going before it gets too late.
You gotta be joking. Wait, doesn't this mean? Now you get it. It's not a completely outrageous idea we're dealing with. And they said that comment themselves. Even Kanade affirmed the fact. Once again, Hibiki sold. You're so right. For these two, it would have been possible for them to use their special sense of beat to stab simultaneously without any error between them.
Then they really did?
Wait, I feel like that was just an exaggerated playful comment by Hibiki. Logically speaking, that shouldn't be possible for two separate people. It's possible within the bounds of logic, you meathead. Meathead! I met a lot of people around the world working as a trafficker. There were a lot of weird bunches when it came to those twins. When it came to twins who had the exact same physical abilities, twins who could read each other's minds. It's about time I met ones that had identical rhythmic senses. Hibiki and Kanade are identical twins, right? They say identical twins are almost the same down to the genetic level. They usually have the same personality. You know, those stories where twins who were separated still lived similar lives when they were apart, right? I see. If this theory were to be true, then that explains the reason they got rid of Setsuka's torso. If they were able to time the stabbing with their rhythmic sense, they must have used their primary hand, the hand that they use when they're playing the instruments. They probably couldn't risk one of them forcefully trying to use the other hand and failing. And that would also explain why they couldn't have made additional stab wounds. Until Satsuka was most surely dead, they would have had to leave only the stab wound that they made, simultaneously.
Because it's a system where the person who last injured the body becomes the culprit.
But couldn't they have stabbed her after she was dead? Why would they get rid of the torso when? No, that's impossible. A stab wound made before and after the person's dead differs in appearance. Morphogenetic fields. I don't know. I might have been wrong on that, JVZ Chunks fam. I might have. If they managed to stab her simultaneously on their first try, they would have then waited for Setsuka to die naturally. That means she would have died of shock from blood loss, which would have taken a lot of time. Which is why there was a 3-hour gap left to go get the tools. If they created a stab wound after that period of time, the difference between that and the first one would soon found. Someone like me would have questioned it, thinking it is suspicious. I mean, that's why I thought the two of them were going to be the killer for me, Legion of Followers. I always felt like the two of them were packaged as one character. They gave me skills together. It's just how it is.
How exactly can you distinguish the two?
Go read a book about it at the library, dipshit.
I was just curious, okay? Why you gotta be so mean?
It's starting to lean toward the possibility of them both being the culprit. One more thing. You know what's scary about that girl? During that very interview, that girl clearly showed distress when her sister was giving out info without any thought. And when the first trial started, that girl was asked Monocro about the existence of accomplices. In other words, Kanade was already planning a double blackened murder way back during the first trial.
That can't be. Kanade helped us numerous times during the last 2 trials.
That was obviously an act to hide her true self. I myself didn't know what I was dealing with until this trial today. In the end, every decisive testimony one way or another all started from your damn foolish sister. You could have left the stab wounds be, since only I would have been able to tell the difference. Because you were taking that interview into account, you had to get rid of the abdomen. Identical down to the genetic level, eh? Ironic, you two couldn't have been more different. Siobai, that feeling of discomfort has vanished with your theory. That was it. Kanade being the culprit wasn't all there was to it. Hang on, if they're both the culprit, then if we didn't listen to Sora and just voted for Kanade, whether we voted only for Hibiki or Kanade, we would have been wrong and would have been punished.
So Sora was right in the end. Amazing. How did you think of this?
I did nothing, honestly. Siobai did most of the heavy lifting. So the two of them knitted together. Is that the public opinion right now? I honestly still have my doubts about this, though. I agree. As much as I want to trust everyone, we have no evidence of this claim. Sure, we have no concrete proof. But if this theory were to be true, then we can also explain Hibiki's cooperation. If they both become the Blackened and win, they both get to escape the island. So Hibiki had an incentive to become an accomplice. This is the true ending of this trial. The Otokanoji twins were the two culprits of this case. Oh,
Sora! You really think that makes sense, yes? I alone was the culprit. You think you're something real special after hearing that disgusting theory from Siobai? I tried to admit my crime and die peacefully! But it seems I can't even do that without taking a crack at your damn theory! Open your fucking ear holes and listen!
I knew it was weird we didn't have one of these things. I was really, really happy I didn't have to deal with this bullshit. Holy shit! Holy fucking hell. There are no logical contradictions. Most importantly, if you're the culprit, if we lose, you win the trial. Why are you so desperate about this rebuttal? Kanade's putting up a tough fight. I have to back down for now. Oh, it's gotta be the unused antibiotics. I don't know what to use here. I don't know where it is. I can't read that fast either, and I'm really fast. Well, Jacob Ogden, thanks for subscribbling. Ogden? It's been so long since the voiceover hasn't been updated, it's probably canceled for the dub version, probably. Alright, I need to know where to use this. Details not related to this case. Shit! God damn it! Why is this so hard? Okay. I don't like this mini game at all. Maybe just try a... I'm trying to try a spot, and it's not easy. This minigame is irritating. Ugh. Where is it? It's not this one. It's not that one either. It's definitely this one up here. But this minigame, the fact that you gotta use the S key to equip it, it's so silly. Oh, shit. Thank you! Okay, much better. I'm gonna, like, tank because of that one. Yeah. I hate that minigame. Voiceover still being worked on. It's just 1 or 2 people still need to turn their lines in. Proof. You say there's no proof?
Obviously, it was impossible from the start. A flawed theory! Let me ask Seobai himself. Do you have any proof? Yeah? And you claim to say you know something that even Seobai is unaware of? Of course not. In the end, this was all a baseless theory.
No, I do have proof.
What?
After hearing what Seobai said, I looked through every evidence, and I found one more. There was one single evidence that didn't have a place anywhere in this theory. Yet nobody knew what it was for. The bottle of antibiotics near the pool. Antibiotics? I don't ever recall seeing that by the pool. But antibiotics in the pool? That's a pretty weird combination. What was that doing there? We can deduce its use if we combine it with Teruya's testimony. Teruya, when you testified about the blood packs, didn't you mention another chance in the infirmary?
The infirmary? Oh yeah, the medical kit disappeared for a while and somebody put it back. Are you talking about that? Medical kit? So is the bottle from that kit? I checked the inventory of each room 3 times a day, morning, lunchtime, and evening. And the medical kit that was definitely there yesterday evening disappeared when I checked the room this morning. I was gonna tell you guys, but it wasn't like it was a murder weapon, and I just assumed somebody needed it as an emergency. Then I saw it sitting back in its place at lunchtime as if nothing happened.
So that means somebody used the medical kit this morning, right? What does that have anything to do with the theory we're dealing with? Looks unrelated to me. As Teruya said, a medical kit can't be used to kill someone. And since we're dealing with a murder, a medical kit used to save someone seems far off from the evidence we're looking for. However, I don't think that's the case. This was an insurance used by the culprit to create a double blackened situation. Insurance? You said they used their primary hand to stab Setsuka simultaneously without any error, right? But as Seobai called out, Kanade's an extreme perfectionist. What if they managed to fail the timing? Oh no, they didn't. They were gonna use it to heal Setsuka back up if it failed? Exactly. Kanade had taken the medical kit with her for that exact reason.
Preposterous! How would you know if you had succeeded or not in the first place?
Dude, Monocro exists for a reason, you know. So they stabbed Setsuka together, called Monocro to check if it could be accepted as a double blackened murder? Is Monocro even allowed to tell them that? I mean, there's no reason not to. Telling the blackened that they're the blackened shouldn't be a problem, right? That aside, that bottle was decisive evidence. I never even saw that during my investigation. Where the hell did you find that? I just kind of saw it rolling around near the pool.
Bullshit! I never even opened the damn thing. There's no way I dropped the...
What now? Never opened the thing? Gabby, to spare time, it's being worked on. In the Tumblr, you have progress bar of chapter 3 progress. Ooh, very cool. You should have said that you never even took it, idiot. Now you've admitted it yourself that you took the medical kit. Busted as fuck. You realize that, Kanade.
No, this isn't.
You making a mistake like that? Not very like you. Was the bottle being on the ground that nonsensical? That aside, did she just confess it herself?
Unbelievable. Even if I had dropped it, it would have heard it dropping considering its side. Or at the very least, I would have noticed the weight decrease from the medical kit. I didn't even leave it to Hibiki. I did this part myself just in case something like this happened. Unbelievable. Me making a mistake like this? No way. What rotten luck.
It seems for the first time in this trial, we were able to see you getting truly flustered, Kanade. Well, we don't even know the truth if you did or did not open the medical kit in the end. But if you were this surprised by this accident, then for us, I guess it was truly luck from the heavens. Oh, no. My other theory might be, panning out. Fuck. I was really hoping that even though I know, like at this point, I'm like 99% sure that Sora's AI, right? I was really hoping that we were not AI created by Utsuro. But at this point, I think we kind of have to be. Cry out! Don't you dare! So the Monokuma from last game was basically an alter ego of Junko, right? But it seemed like they were stress testing AI, and like that was part of the whole thing. And with our blackened, like with our motive video for this time, we got a video of somebody sinking into the sea. Now, the last time we saw Utsuro, he was sinking into the fucking sea. So what does that tell me? That we're the AI that fucking Utsuro was stress testing, which means that I guess we're a Junko clone? Fucking hell, she always comes back. Hold on a second. It might be. Either. I've got a few things floating in my head at this point. All of them heavy spoilers. For like novels. Doesn't matter if Sora's helpful, doesn't matter if Seobai is cracked. Kanade is not on a level they simply cannot reach. Yeah. Kanade, so can I take that as a yes? That both you and Hibiki murdered Setsuka.
Unbelievable. This can't be happening. This doesn't make any sense. This can't be.
If you still can't admit it, then I'll go over the case from the start. You won't be able to escape this anymore. Alright. Oh, we don't need this. Forever? Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. As soon as it's morning, the killer sent a message calling Setsuka to the pool. Killer picks up That's not what I wanted to do. We'll have to restart this one. Cancel. Sleeping pill is prepared in the morning while everyone's sleeping. Okay. So it's probably this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. Naked Greyman! Yay! Perfect. Two culprits entered the pool at the same time. Stab Setsuka became the blackened together. First culprit entered the pool. Okay. This one, then this one, then this one, then this one. There we go. Okay. Okay. It's gonna be this one first, then this one, which honestly, did she have two different eyes? Huh. Neat. The dissolution is over. No, we never saw the other guy, the other eye. We only saw the one. It's probably this one and then this one. Ah, damn it. Okay. So it's this one, and then this one, and then this one. Wait, what? I'm confused. Oh, the eye would have been... Okay. Okay, well... This is obviously first. Then they come back. Oh. I know what happened. Never mind. I'm gonna just... It's not. It's this one first because they had the kit there. There we go. Select that one, then this one. Then this one, then this one. They dropped this because they had that in the morning. They couldn't have done that until... Okay, maybe it's Iroha. mean, that doesn't really make sense to me, but... Legion of followers, don't start with me. I've done really good this whole fucking time. I'm gonna be really salty about this one. Maybe the cutting happened after the outfit. The cutting couldn't happen after the outfit because her fucking hands were in the tits. Hello, cloth. Right. Cool to get the necessary tools. No entry sign was placed at the gate. Second killer disguises as the first killer after the dissolution is over. We use the Setsuka's handbook and messages Aroha to meet the Mirror Mansion at 1800. Maybe this is higher up. Maybe it's this way. Okay, hold on. If this is it, I'm gonna be frustrated. Okay. Until you get a certain skill. I don't want a skill that's gonna solve it for me. That's frustrating. Can you guess in chat? Or I honestly, because I don't know who knows and who doesn't, I'm not really comfortable with that. This one, this one, this one, and this one. First two have to be swapped, maybe, but the bottle was inside the building. I mean, like, it could be. Oh shit! I accidentally clicked the wrong one anyway. Maybe. Because, like, this is outside. I mean, it could be. It doesn't feel right to me, though. Oh, you gotta be fucking... The bottle was inside the pool building. The chlorinate thing was outside the pool building. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Handbook. Okay. Oh, the killer maintained their disguise and was on the move. Okay. This one. God. First killer safely moved the body to the ghost house. Okay. Okay. This is actually probably first. Shit. This is first. Then it's this one. Then it's this one. Then it's this one. You'd love to see another Kanade crash out just to purify your soul. Second culprit. Okay. First culprit, who confirmed the ghost house was empty, signaled the second killer. Okay. Okay. You know, can I just say that the rest of this has been fine and dandy? After receiving a signal. That's not even the right trial. There we go. You're in call if you want me to explain the bottle to me. Yeah, we can hold here and you can come explain the bottle the thing. Hi, Blaze.
So,
hi.
reminder, every place has an entrance and an exit.
Uh-huh.
You have to exit with the exit and enter with the entrance. They blocked off the entrance and had to walk back in.
Oh.
Which
Oh,
is why
God
the
damn
bottle
it.
is second.
That makes sense.
Also, hi, chat.
Thanks for the assist. That makes sense. It's really, really fucking frustrating, but
But it's logical once you...
it's logical once you think about it. Yeah.
Alright, have fun.
Thank you. See you later.
See you.
Of course, like that one thing. I got the rest of it perfectly fucking fine. Neko, what? Hi. Early in the morning, when everyone was still asleep, the culprit was already busy at work. Using the fact that Mikado prepares breakfast early in advance, they put sleeping jugs in the coffee at Aroha's seat. This was to eliminate any alibi Aroha might have in the afternoon. And when the day broke, the case began for real as the culprit called Setsuka out to the pool. Listen, Advanced Warrior, I swear to fuck if you say anything about it being the 5th attempt, because I know that's what's going to come out of your mouth. Before they headed to the pool, the culprit took large quantities of blood packs and a medical kit from the infirmary. Since it was already gone by the time Teruya checked it this morning, this was the only chance they had to take them. Then they arrived at the pool and attacked Setsuka. They didn't quite kill her just yet, only knocked her unconscious. Immediately after this, the culprit signaled another culprit of this case to the pool. Yes, this was the first time that two people were both the culprit of one murder. Here, the first culprit handed their handbook to the other culprit over the gates. This was to manipulate the gate records, a crucial trick used throughout this case. The second culprit entered the pool using the handbook they were given. The in record of the first culprit and Setsuka already existed in the gate record database, so when the second culprit entered through the gates, the results showed an out record for the first culprit. The second culprit was able to enter the pool without using their own handbook and leaving a record. Next, the two stabbed the unconscious Setsuka simultaneously with a knife. Originally, the one who stabbed later would become the real culprit, even if it was a matter of milliseconds. However, our killers had an extreme sense of rhythm with each other, enough to point its difference was undetectable. This was because they were twins that had ultimate talents related to rhythm. After confirming the fact that they had stabbed her at the same time, the first culprit left the pool. Here, they used Setsuka's notebook to make it seem like there was nobody at the pool according to the records. As she was leaving, she also put up a sign that said pool sanitation time, please do not enter, in front of the pool. This way, no one else would try to enter the pool while they took care of the body. However, the culprit made a huge mistake here. The medical kit that was prepared is an insurance to heal Setsuka in case they missed time stabbing her. Simultaneously, while they were leaving with the newly useless medical kit, a bottle of antibiotics had dropped from it. We're not sure how the culprit didn't notice this, but we were able to prove the double blackened theory using this evidence. After the culprit left, she re-enters the pool after 3 hours with the tools she needed. The 3 hours were left blank intentionally to frame Aroha in the near future. Once they had the tools they needed, they began doing their business for a few hours. And by business, I mean cutting up Setsuka's corpse into multiple pieces. The reason they dismembered her body was to transfer the body into a different place, which I'll get to in a moment. Here, they got rid of the abdomen that had marks that showed two people, one left-handed and one right-handed, had stabbed the body. Once the dismemberment process was over, they cleaned the pool using its tools, and the second culprit disguised as the first culprit. They were twins, so a little bit of disguise was enough to make them completely indistinguishable. To correct their body shape, they put Setsuka's two hands into a plastic bag and pinned it onto her chest. They needed Setsuka's hands with them in order to open her handbook for the tricks they needed to pull off in the future. And by carrying the hands as a disguise, it was like killing two birds with one stone. Because they carried Setsuka's hands with them, they were able to use their handbook freely, just like Emma did. The culprit then sent a message to Aroha using Setsuka's handbook. The message called for her to be in front of the Mirror Mansion at 1800. It was because of this message that Aroha wasn't able to participate with us during the parade. After sending this message, the second culprit leaves the pool while still disguised. She puts the sign in front of the pool back inside and walks her way back to Block A. After arriving at the ghost house, she undisguises herself, enters the ghost house while deliberately getting witnessed by Aroha. By getting witnessed by Aroha, the culprit later used this fact to frame Aroha and make her seem suspicious. However, amidst the rush of changing her disguise, the pins used to hold the plastic bags had dropped on the ground, which were used in this trial as important pieces of evidence against her. Entering the ghost house, the culprit ran inside to cut the wires to the fuse box to cause a blackout. They also put out the fire in the fireplace, though this was because they needed it to be that way for the other culprit to utilize the chimney later on. The blackout itself was so that the others wouldn't notice what happened inside the ghost house. Kanade and Hibiki would just be the Agent 47 in another game, lol? A little later, the second culprit redisguised herself as the first culprit and left the ghost house to join the rest of us at the parade. Of course, none of us even had the thought that the culprit was disguised into someone else. And so the second culprit was able to watch the parade with us without any suspicion. At that time, the culprit was waiting for the monorail at the Block C station. They had moved the corpse pieces to the station from the pool prior to the second person heading over to the ghost house. While the second culprit was over at the ghost house, the first culprit was busy with her work as well, getting rid of the signpost before leaving the pool, and putting the chess piece inside one of the parade dolls in the Block C storehouse.
At 1810, the monorail headed to Block A arrives, and the first culprit begins the process of moving the body. The method they used was to throw each body piece through the chimney once the monorail goes past the ghost house one by one. This method, while seemingly impossible for anyone else, was done with ease by our culprit. It made it seem like the corpse had teleported inside the ghost house. However, since the ghost house was next to the track that connected Block A and C, she only had 4 chances to throw the body pieces, considering the monorail is only active every other hour. As 7 pieces, even excluding the 2 hands and the chest that she had stuffed inside the parade doll, needed to be transferred. She calculated the monorail timetable and went back and forth between Block A and C. Using this method, they had exactly 7 chances to throw the body pieces in 1 hour, and with the culprit's perfect aiming abilities, the transfer was done. After all the body pieces had been safely thrown inside the chimney, she leaves empty-handed and heads to the storehouse. The parade was almost over, and the chess pieces had been delivered to Block A by then. Meanwhile, the second culprit and the crew were becoming anxious about Setsuka's absence, and they began a search. Pretending to look for her and heading to Block A storehouse, the 2 Blackens meet up and switch places. The reason the second culprit disguises as the first place was to create an alibi, while the first culprit was busy throwing corpses on the monorail. And since that was finished, there was no reason for this disguise from then on. I had just finished investigating the ghost house and was leaving without any results. And after confirming that I had left, the first culprit signals to the second culprit who was still hiding inside the storehouse. The second culprit swiftly enters the ghost house with the chess pieces they hid inside the storehouse. Here, she uses Setsuka's handbook, so there would be an ID without an out record at the ghost house. After this, they put all the body pieces, including the 2 hands used for disguise, and the pieces inside the fireplace on the altar. Once the setting was complete, they moved the folding screen in front of the entrance to create space, and start to flood the place with blood using the blood packs they prepared. I'm sorry. Throwing corpses on the monorail is the name of your metal band? Fantastic. This was to create the illusion that the crime scene was the ghost house, and that the culprit dismembered the corpse behind the folding screen. They created a huge trail of blood leading up to the altar, and spread some on the altar as well for good measure. After all this was done, the culprit deliberately dropped her hairpin near the altar, and sent everyone a message using Setsuka's handbook. The message had to vaguely remind everyone of the ghost house, and that was used to call everyone to that place. Then, they hid in the space behind the folding screen, waiting for the others to arrive. As we arrived, we followed the trail of blood up to the altar without any suspicion, and ultimately entered the altar, where we found the body of Setsuka. And this was how the 2 culprits managed to move the body and fool everyone. The cruel killers, who didn't just murder Setsuka, but cut up her body into pieces. Yes, the culprits who committed this atrocity of a crime. Kanade Otokonoji and Hibiki Otonokoji, the ultimate guitarist and the ultimate vocalist. It was you 2! Great image at the end there. Hey, we still got a 65 there. And that was the second lowest score. We got a lot better most of the time. Are you still going to defend yourself, Kanade? Hibiki, it's the same for you. You might not have memory of it, but the result of this trial shows the fact. The fact that you are also the one who killed Setsuka. No, they can't be. I'm innocent. I couldn't have killed Tsuka. Yeah, this is a dream. It's all a dream. Kanade could never kill someone, let alone me. Wake up, Hibiki.
Hibiki, I'm afraid this is not a dream. Whether you remember it or not, you have committed a murder and lost the class trial. And the answer we've deduced is true, you'll soon be dead.
What? Die? Me? That's a bit weird. I haven't done anything. Come on, guys. Kanade, say something to them. We can never actually kill someone, right? Kanade? Don't just stand there, please. Help me, like you've always done. Like when we were young. Sis? When something bad happened, you were always there for me to take care of it. I'm sorry. If I was being harsh to you, I apologize for everything. Just help me.
Kanade ultimately lost a child. Even she can't help you in this situation.
Let me out. I'm going to break open this door. No, Hibiki, the trial's still in session. Please return to your seat immediately. Let me go home. I hate it here. I need to save my parents. I'm so sick of this place. Let me out. Just let me out.
Oh, poor Hibiki. I was really hoping we were going to get the split personality route, but I think that this works better, honestly. Don't understand how she can go through all that and only have a lapse in memory at the end from shock. I can actually explain that one for you. Hibiki is a performer. She puts on her persona on the stage. And as a performer myself, there's an air you give yourself. And when you let yourself down from that, a lot of times pain that you are feeling during your performance, I was looking at the wrong one with the dual identity. Maybe. Brain fog that might have cleared while you were performing. All of it is something that could, once you relax, I could totally see that shock hit setting in. It's like sometimes when people break a bone, the sheer adrenaline of what's going on makes them not realize the pain until sometimes even hours later. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a scenario kind of like that, instances. And true, the fact that they left her bleeding out for 3 hours. I mean, but then again, they left Kokoro freezing for days. And she was conscious during most of it. Actually a condition where shock can cause memory loss. Yeah, it's a real thing. Even there, yeah. And I also think that maybe she didn't, until she saw the whole thing and, had relaxed enough. Yeah. Kokoro was just chilling. How dare you? Dissociative amnesia. There you go. I've actually experienced it myself a few times. Hibiki, calm down. I wonder, does that girl have any mental disorders? What? I've been keeping an eye on her since she was a suspect during the trial. Something's off with that girl. I mean, the younger sis is a crazy bitch for sure, but the older sis isn't far off as far as I can tell.
This is a warning. If you don't return to your seat, you will be severely punished. Shut up!
Kanade.
Sis, so adorable. I have no way to run, right? If you can't avoid it, enjoy it. It is tragic my plan has failed, but I get to see my sister's most despairful dying moments while I die. That doesn't seem that bad of a death. You've won. We were the culprit of this case.
Good night, okay? Come on, I did so good. Don't let those 2 things tank my score.
No!
all those hundreds and 90s. How could you? I swear I don't care about your snail. Listen, it's entirely skill issue. My hands still hurt from the Tetrio ornament. That's my excuse. They actually do still hurt. That was a day. We still have a bit to go. It's 3 in the morning. I'm going. 2 skill points. Money. No, we just finished the trial. And Neko was right again.
It's good you resolved everything, but this silence. Now that you've reached the answer for real this time, it's voting time. I swear if it gets interrupted again, I'm going to quit this job. Ahem. Anyway, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. Since the answer you've deduced is a double culprit, which is a first in Danganronpa history, I specifically prepared a panel marked Otonokoji twins in the voting screen just for this occasion. If you truly believe that the 2 of them are the culprit, vote for that panel, capiche?
Fair warning for the blind. This post-trial is basically trigger warning a whole bunch of things. Thank you.
Now, will that answer be the truth or not? No.
I'm glad this is over. I did not mean to click that. I meant to click this. Dung and fix button. Yeah, we'll save the game.
The real culprit who murdered Setsuka was Hibiki and Kanade. Great, you've got them both right.
So they really...
They're both the culprit. To be honest, when they stabbed them together, I had a hard time deciding on what to make of it. Class trials is a system by definition on what multiple victims can occur for one case. No 2 students can be the culprit. However, I replayed the clip countless times, and no matter how you look at the way they stabbed her, simultaneously, even the computer couldn't detect the time difference. I had no choice but to admit it. In this killing school trip, the rules are absolute, and this case did obey the rules. My most honorable praise for the twins is they found a loophole in the rules and used their talents to pull a feat truly impossible. I was confident I would win this trial. You would have lost if you had voted for my sis, and that result wouldn't have changed even if you voted me. Whoever you voted for, I was going to be safe. And I even had a backup plan of framing Iroha. But for this plan to fail, I truly didn't expect this to happen. Seems like I underestimated both Siobai and Sora. Hello, Flash Viewer. We're kind of running to the end here. We've already been live for nearly 6 hours. She's right. We contributed nothing to this trial. If it wasn't for those 2... Honestly, I was mentally prepared for Siobai. I can estimate the threat level of a person immediately at first glance. And ever since our first encounter, I've always been cautious of you. But Sora, what are you? You have nothing special to boot, and you can't even remember your own talent? How is someone like you able to win against someone like me? Sora, what really is your talent?
That's what I want to know. Are you? Twins, answer me! Why in the world did you murder Setsuka? Nika?
What's wrong? Thought you didn't care about whether we died or not. Well, I do have an idea why you're acting like that.
What's that supposed to?
Forget it. Not like I'm gonna tell you anyway. That aside, you asked why we killed Setsuka, yes?
Kanade, I can understand maybe, but Hibiki was very intimate with Setsuka. Why did Hibiki help murder Setsuka? Don't you get it, bro? They're voids, both of them. Obviously, that's the only logical reason. It happened last time and the one before. We're trying our best to harmonize and survive, and they're trying to ruin it. I don't think they are. I think Setsuko was the void. And unfortunately, that little snippet there makes me think that so's Nikke. The two twins were both voids?
Is that really how it is? Speak up, Hibiki, Kanade.
Were the two twins the voids? Was that again the reason this murder had to happen? We have 3 void survivors if we include Mikado. If the 2 of them are voids, we now know the identity of all 5. And just when we were waiting for the twins to answer... I'm terribly sorry to interrupt this, but...
And don't speak another word, so just shut up.
I haven't even told you what I was gonna say. You're being especially rude to me today, Teruya. I do have some important news. The thing is... So they're not voids, those 2 twins. What? What do you mean? Why are you the one to decide that, you little... No, he's absolutely right. The Otakanoji twins have no relations with us voids. But the voids were supposed to murder each. It seems you're confused because the previous murders were all committed by us voids. But the voids are simply there for plan B. I've repeated myself countless times. Anyone can become a murderer. I can tell at a glance. The voids up till now strictly did things by the rules. They wouldn't dare do something this vague on whether it's against the rules or not. And that is exactly why I feel very conflicted about this. Where was my poor void fellow when they were supposed to kill this time? What? But... That means they killed somebody when they weren't even a void? Why? If they weren't a void, what reason was there for them to kill someone? Ugh. That's right, Yuki. We've made a mistake in thinking it was common sense that a void will always be the one to murder one of us. There was a motive for every single one of us this time. The motive videos that Mikado gave us. That's right. Even if I had forgotten about it. The black end of this case gets to not only escape this island if they win, but they also get to know the ending of their motive video. The motive video I saw didn't affect me in any way, but for the others, things were different. It even came up during the class trial. Hibiki and Kanade said their parents were in trouble in their motive video. That was their motive for this murder. Should have been more careful. So focused on the voids, I forgot about something more important.
Mikado, this is all because of you, forcing us to murder each other with motives or whatever. I'll never forgive you. Excuse me. It wasn't really like that.
What?
I said I didn't do it necessarily for those stupid videos.
She did it because she was jealous of how close Hibiki was with Setsuko.
My sister could have done it for her parents, but to be honest with you, I couldn't care less about those things. Those things? But they're your family. My sister's the only family I've got. And you said it yourself during the trial. I've been planning a double blackened murder ever since I heard about the rules of this class trial. The motive videos were distributed just yesterday. So how could those be the motives of our murder?
Then why would you do something as horrible as killing someone?
I don't know where to start. Well, everyone, take a look at Hibiki here. Let's start from there.
What about Hibiki?
Don't you think something's off about her? Hibiki.
Hey, Hibiki, you're still part of all this. Speak up. Whoa, she's just not there anymore. Is she alright?
Oh my god, it's so cute. The hell?
Kanade.
Everyone, meet my lifeline project and the motive for this murder. So, what do you think?
What nonsense is that?
I can't keep up with all this. Still don't get it? I'll tell you everything one by one. Hibiki, hand. Do backflip.
That scared me.
Say you love me with a smile. Hi. I love you, Kanade. Me too. I love you, Hibiki.
What is this? What is going on? Hibiki. Hibiki, wake up. Hibiki.
It's no use. Hibiki in this state can only listen and react to me. How did you do that? Hypnosis? Mind control?
So that was what you meant by that. No wonder the little shit's actions didn't make sense. Siobai, do you know what's going on? How can I put this? The culprit of this case wasn't Kanade and Hibiki, but more like Kanade and also Kanade. What do you mean? Speak some sense! Why the hell are you always shouting at me? The trial's over, so I'm not gonna give two shits about you. Ask the girl herself.
Don't you agree? My precious toy is adorable.
Kanade, would you please kindly explain what's going on here?
It's my pleasure. We're gonna die anyway, after all. If we're gonna talk about this, everything started way back when we were young. We're identical twins, 10 seconds apart from each other. I can't remember if I knew it instinctively when I was born, but I realized something when I was around 3 or 4. That I was better than Hibiki in every way.
Are you talking about your talents?
Everything. Talent, personality, skills, or whatever. But as I realized that, Hibiki must also have realized she was the lesser of the two. And ever since she acknowledged that when we were young, she's been abusive towards me. As I was too young at that age, I didn't object to her actions. And I ended up giving it in to her. Then one day, our mother told Sis to play with me for a change. But Hibiki back then loved Shiro so much that she replied she loved Shiro much more than me. And those words hurt a lot, especially as a kid.
Shiro, who is that?
A puppy we used to have as children. A small, kind, white teacup poodle who was really friendly with people. Even when I was being abused by Hibiki, I still loved Hibiki. I thought of her as family, and I wanted to get along with her. When I heard Hibiki liked some puppy more than me, I felt an uncontrollable wave of jealousy. As long as Shiro was alive, I was never going to get closer with Hibiki. That was when I decided to get rid of it. Get rid of it? What do you mean by that? What do I mean by that? I literally got rid of it. The next day, when I was alone at home, I butchered Shiro with a kitchen knife and threw it away down the drain.
Alright. You're kidding me, right?
As small and wretched that thing was, it was still a creature of life. That meant I had to cover up a lot of things to not get found out, but somehow it all seemed easy. Probably because I was a genius. After a while, poor little Sis was frantically searching for Shiro, but alas, she wasn't able to find it. Of course she wasn't able to. What remained of it was probably indistinguishable from sewer sludge by then.
So you killed your sister's favorite dog to get friendly with her. Like how that would work? You're out of your mind.
I know. As soon as I realized I did something wrong, I did feel a bit guilty. But the reaction Hibiki showed afterwards soon got rid of any afterthought I had. Instead of bullying me again for the loss of her puppy as I expected, she started to cry in my arms. Kanade, help me. What should I do? She cried. And that face of hers back then was the face of an angel, more precious and adorable than anything I'd ever seen. Since then, Hibiki turned into an extremely passive and weak state whenever she was mentally backed into a corner. And each and every time that happened, she cried to me for help and depended solely on me. That was when I started to train my little Hibiki.
Train?
Unbeknownst to Hibiki, I had schemed multiple mental shocks for her in secret. All high and mighty, abusing her little sis by day, But in reality, she was being mentally tortured by her very own sister. Being mentally weak, Hibiki in her shocked state cannot remember what happened afterwards. And now even the innocent ignorance of her abusing her little sis without knowing anything about what happens off stage is so lovely it drives me insane. And that's how I slowly but surely modified Hibiki to my taste ever since I was young. I've tried out numerous methods, but the best one is to eradicate Hibiki's most precious person. Like Oshiro, every time Hibiki made a close relationship with someone, I got rid of them one by one. Ayumi, her best friend during grade school, got kicked from the top of the stairs, and now she's stuck in the hospital, paralyzed for the rest of her life. The nerve of that girl. Your sister feels sort of creepy. We should keep away from her. Honestly, that bitch deserved it more. Her middle school homeroom teacher that Hibiki had a crush on, I gave him an extra dose of muscle relaxant and buried him on the hill near the school. That pedophile pervert must have had indecent thoughts towards my precious Hibiki. So that was an act to save her from him. Even after we started our band, there was our recording engineer, makeup coordinator, our manager. I got rid of each and every person connected to Hibiki. And now even the slightest of hardships will cause Hibiki to turn weak. She's more dependent on me than ever.
Oh, wait, what? So you're basically saying that Setsuka wasn't your first victim? No way, unbelievable. What's your body count?
Well, I don't keep track of everyone I kill. Guess around 60?
Alright, you win.
I mean, it has to come to a point where I just get rid of everyone acquainted with Hibiki. How in the world did you not get arrested for all this? Well, either because I was too perfect or because the cops were too stupid. My bet's on both. That's why I told you. This was the first one I actually failed.
Is that why you killed Setsuka? Because she was friendly with your older sister.
It didn't have to be Setsuka. So long as that person was the one most intimate with Hibiki. Though she did get on my nerves, to be honest. Anything that could help Hibiki recover from her mental state must be eliminated. Why? For what reason? Why are you so obsessed with Hibiki? Reason? How about I ask you a question instead? Do people need a reason to love someone? I love Hibiki. If you could just have your loved one all to yourself, anyone would have done the same.
You're crazy. You're insane. I can't hear another word from you. You don't deserve any sympathy whatsoever. Go to hell. Hold on a minute, Kanade. How does the story relate to Hibiki acting like a puppet right now?
I forgot about that part. I guess it was around that time I made sushi out of her coordinator. When Hibiki realized that the coordinator she was so close with had gone missing, she came to me crying. But something was different. She was bawling like usual when suddenly, her eyes lost focus. She didn't show any human reaction. And when I spoke out to her, she started to do exactly everything I told her to do. No complaints, no reactions. Like as if I was controlling a game avatar. That might have been one of the happiest moments in my entire life. Sis being controlled by my words. Just thinking about it makes me... Afterwards, whenever Hibiki's mental state took a certain amount of damage, she turned into a puppet. Like this. It only lasted a short time the first time around, but in time it lasted longer and longer. Until now I can just switch it on and off whenever I order her to. From that day onward, my training goal for Hibiki had completely changed. If I previously trained her to only look towards me, I now trained her to be the perfect puppet. My final goal was to make Hibiki my very own puppet, all the time, regardless of her mental state. If we had escaped off this island after killing Setsuka and maybe killed 1 or 2 more, I could have achieved that dream. What a waste.
I see. So that's why Siobai said the culprit was Kanade and Kanade again. Kanade did this to Hibiki, so her sis could act as her duplicate and commit the ultimate perfect crime. When did it all start? When did Hibiki start acting like this? Was she already in the state when we met her this morning?
No, she was still retained herself back then. Throughout this killing school trip, I was looking for the perfect opportunity. The point where Hibiki's mentality reached the threshold. And through the motive video of her parents getting attacked, I knew it was the time. So I just executed the plan I had prepared.
Your plan?
Now that I've already been revealed, there's actually one more place I use the blood packs for. What? As you deduced, I woke up early and called Setsuka to the pool. I ambushed her from behind, knocked her out, and I poured the blood all over her unconscious body to make it look as if she was dead.
Oh, that's how she induced the shock state. Okay.
Why do such a gross thing? Because that was the trigger that would turn Hibiki into a puppet. I immediately called Hibiki out to the pool, made her enter the place using my handbook. Our innocent Hibiki entered the pool and soon witnessed the fake crime scene. How would you react if you had watched a disturbing video of your parents getting attacked the night before, only to see the bloody corpse of your best friend? As the person who controlled her mental state for years, I knew just how much mental damage it took for her to become my little puppet. The consecutive loss of your precious ones. The scream my sister yelled. I still get the chills.
So when Siobai said the amount of blood used at the ghost house seemed a lot less than the amount of blood packs taken, that was the actual reason why. How could you? Controlling someone as you please? And she's even your own family?
How was I supposed to make stupid Hibiki cooperate with the plan if I didn't take control over her? She wasn't going to agree to killing someone in her normal state in the first place. This was all for Hibiki. She did want to leave the island after all. But that was all ruined by you people.
Does Hibiki know any of this?
Of course not. Hibiki loses most of her memories when she regains her sanity. It would be next to impossible for her to know this.
But Hibiki still cared about you and loved you more than anyone. Kanade, as a human being and his family, you really are the worst.
Call me whatever you want. People come in different shapes and sizes after all. I didn't really expect you to understand me anyway.
Yo, crazy girl, not that it matters now, let me ask you a question. You admitted your crimes towards the end of the trial, right? Wouldn't someone as smart as you have been able to find another way out back then? No, what nonsense is he on about? Feels a bit weird, like we didn't win for real, like she gave it to us. I wouldn't have been able to guess the double blackened part without Albino Girl. You might have still had a shot at winning the trial.
I'd rather keep my dignity than struggle till I went down ugly. When the double blackened murder had surfaced, it was already game over for me. Moreover, I wanted to see Hibiki to scare. Despair. I honestly didn't have any regrets with my life. I already played with my sister to my heart's content. Of course, escaping this island and being together with a completely puppetified Hibiki does sound tempting. Nothing beats my desire to watch Hibiki's face full of despair. Not just any despair, the one moments before death. The one just before her life ends. The one she'll take to her deathbed. One gripe I have about puppet like Hibiki and mentally broken Hibiki is that her face is too predictable, making it uninteresting. Just imagining what my poor sis will look like when she comes to the realization of what's coming for her makes me so excited.
Yo, Albino. You talking to me? Do something about this, will ya? Girl's too crazy for even me to handle. You're good at stuff like this, right? What do you mean by that? But when I looked around, everybody was silently looking away from Kanade. And rightfully so. Her story seemed out of the world, even for me. A story from a fantasy world. One that was too insane for us to even comprehend. A degenerate who makes you want to throw up just from the fact that you're breathing the same air as her. That was the true identity of Kanade, a person who we once thought of as our friend, as our classmate. But the worst thing was that she wasn't done just yet.
Oh, I guess then. Now can we proceed to our finale? Oh, wait a minute. Just a moment. Monochrome! I forgot to mention I found this while rummaging through her pockets.
Would you care to explain what that is?
This is a note I found inside Setsuka's pocket when I killed her. I was so busy I didn't have time to read the details, but the fact she had it on her body probably means it contained an important message for us, right?
Setsuka, read it now!
Hold on. This.
Why? What does it say?
Well. Wow, I do feel bad for you guys.
Oh man, I'm right.
Would you just tell us already? Mikado, you sure you'll be alright?
What? I'm not following you.
Well, it's just that voids. Wow, you guys have a tough road ahead as well.
Kanade, what does the note say?
This is a will written by Setsuka.
A will from Setsuka!
Seems like then, in case she was killed, she kept track of all the information she learned. Information? I don't recall Setsuka ever telling us about that.
She must have discovered something. I don't know why she didn't tell us sooner, but she must have found something big. Come to think of it, she was acting weird ever since we've arrived on the third island. Hey, you're right. She did talk like something was up back when the motive was revealed as well.
My, this really is big news. She kept this to herself?
What does it say? Just tell us.
I'm so sorry for this, but...
Bitch!
I'll be taking this as keepsakes to my grave. No, Setsuka's will.
Put it out. The info. Bro! We're too late! A note as small as that burns out in a matter of seconds! Ew! What in the hell do you think you're doing?
This note contains incredible information. Amazing scoops that could really only be damaging for Mikado. But what does that have to do with me? I'm about to die after all. I leave this and everything up to you. Were you expecting a silly, dramatic ending like that? Unfortunately, I'm not that good of a person. Rather, I despise each and every one of you. You ruined my perfect plan of escaping this island with Hibiki. Yes, this is my petty revenge for losing the last child. An adorable tantrum by me, if you will.
No, it turned into ash! Oh God, no, please!
You're being awfully persistent, Nikkei. Boy, do I wonder why you're acting like that.
Hey, yeah, you little... Yoriko, calm down. Violence is against the rules.
Now I can finally die without any regrets. Let's go, Monochrome. I'm sure you prepared a wonderful and fitting execution for Hibiki and I. No, hold on. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but there's still some things left to do. Have you all forgotten? The Blackened had the right to know the ending of their motive video regardless of the results. The execution comes after that. Honestly, I didn't care any less. Let's just skip to the good part and start the execution. You may feel that way, but Hibiki begs to differ, don't you think? This This class trial acknowledges both of you as Blackens. Obviously, she has the right to see her videos ending. Coincidentally, you two have the same motive video, so I'll just have to play one. I see. Poor sis. Guess it wouldn't hurt to let her know what happened to her parents before her death. Sis, wake up. Come on, look up and focus your eyes on me. You're returning to your own self again. Now. Kanani? Is this the trial ground? Did I... Sis, we're gonna be executed, but before that, they're gonna let us see the ending of our motive video as a prize for being the Blacken. Come on, why don't we watch it before we die? Die? Me? Don't you remember? You and I had killed Setsuka and we lost the class trial. No, that can't be. I would never. Why would I get executed when I did nothing wrong? Please don't. I don't want to die. Hibiki, come on, don't cry. You're not a baby now, are you? Look at the screen. As a procedure, it's required you watch this video. Wait, why am I the one consoling her? Sis, aren't you curious about who really attacked Mom and Dad? At least we get the chance to know who did it. Or would you rather just die now without knowing what happened? It doesn't seem like she's fine, does she? Well, let's start the video.
Oh no. Oof. Don't kill me. Why would you? Ugh. You think it's gonna be Kanade? The huge screen over our heads showed a video of a couple looking to be around their mid-40s or 50s getting stabbed repeatedly by someone. The man seemed like he was already dead, with blood spewing out of his throat like a fountain, falling out as she pleaded for her life. At least we get the chance to know who did it.
This video is a first-person perspective, recording from the very person who murdered Otakanoji's parents. Being recorded on a cheap camcorder, the quality is isn't quite something to write home about, but...
I can't watch any longer. This is too horrible.
Monochrome, Mikado, who really are you guys? How did you get footage of the twins' parents getting murdered? Not just that, even the motive videos. How did you get your hands on those?
Well, do I really need to answer that?
Wait a minute. Now for the climax, the identity of the assailant who will now be revealed. I'm sure you're more curious than ever, dear Kanade and Hibiki. Let's find out who did it.
I think you might be right. The person, after murdering the couple, was breathing heavily as they looked around. It was as if they were looking for something. The video wandered from place to place until it stopped on a full-body mirror at the corner of the dark room. And in that mirror, the reflection showed who the mystery assailant was. Ah, of course it was Kanade.
It's hot in here.
The person in the mirror, the person who savagely murdered Hibiki and Kanade's parents, was none other than Kanade herself. Oh, Kanade!
What's going on?
You even killed your own parents?
You're kidding me, right, Kanade? Tell me it's not true. It was you? You killed Mom and Dad? How? I trusted you all this time. So then what's this? Mikado, would you care to explain this video? I never murdered my parents. Sure, that's definitely our house, but I never did such a thing. Granted, I did plan to murder my parents eventually as a finale to my Hibiki puppet plan, but I had decided now was too early.
I don't know the exact details, as Monaco's the one who's controlling most of this killing school trip. But I can say for sure that both the video and the videos that everyone received are certainly not made up in any way, shape, or form. No, it was Kanade. I swear it's true on my magician's oath. Nobody gives a shit about your oath, so that doesn't sound that convincing. I get you're angry, but stepping on my pride like that.
Wait a minute. So that's it! That's how it was all along? Amazing! I never would have guessed! What its wrist?
What's up with her?
Wow, what a shame.
For real, what a shame.
To not see the aftermath of this after getting to know such a big secret. And that's where the video ends. Seems like you've realized something, Kanade. Oh, don't you worry. I won't spoil anything for the rest of you. Hibiki and I will take this secret to our graves. Students, I know this isn't the time to interrupt, but it's already past midnight.
Yeah, it's like 4 in the morning.
Trial's almost over. You all need to get a good night's sleep for tomorrow, right? Come on, sis. Finally time for the finale. Show me, sis. Your most despairable last moments of your entire life. No, don't come any closer, you monster. I don't want to die. Why should I be the one to go? I didn't do anything wrong. I prepared a very special punishment for the ultimate vocalist Hibiki, the ultimate vocalist Hibiki, and the ultimate guitarist Kanade. Hibiki? Get away from me! Somebody help me! For this case, since there's 2 Bracken, we're going to have the same execution for both of you. Sora, help me! Nika, Hiroha, Yuki, Shinji, Yukiro! Does anyone save me? Now let's do this! No! It's punishment time!
Oh boy. Trigger warnings, I guess. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. That's certainly an ending. Whew. No, Kanade's the one that had the slow death. Hibiki's the one that got beheaded.
That girl died laughing. She really is one scary girl.
No. Advanced Warrior, I'm right. No, Hibiki was the decapitated one. Hibiki and Kanade were executed. The 3rd class trial, the 3rd execution. And so another 2 have left us. Even though the execution had ended, nobody spoke a word. Perhaps it was because Kanade rattled us till her very last moment. Or maybe after 3 repeated defeats by the despair that is reality, we had lost even the strength to open our mouths. But to me, as of now, I had no way of knowing.
Siobai, where are you going?
What? We're finished, right? We're free to leave now. Don't speak to me. Back then was only because we had a mutual goal that was the class trial. Now that that's over, don't bother me again, capiche? Dang it.
Kanade was a human degenerate that deserved to die. But Hibiki... If what Kanade said was true, that Hibiki was merely used in this case by Kanade. I should have done something. Anything. So that this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Damn it! Damn it!
Oh, thank you! You're so right, though.
Super Simputer donated $4.99 through Super Chat. What screws me up more than anything is that in the end, Kanade still won. She got everything she wanted in life and enjoyed every second.
Yeah. It's almost been 6.5 hours, DBZ Stonks fan. We've been going. Nike. Kanade, what a person she was. Now that's a person I can call worthy of being a void. I really do hope the other remaining two learned a thing or two from her. I honestly don't have the strength to yell at you. Just leave us be. Oh dear, did I hurt your feelings? Well, I'm terribly sorry. But yes, as Monocro said, it has become terribly late. And Shinji, you're right. We should all go take a rest. If you ask me, I don't feel quite as good about this as well. Although for a different reason. Well then, if you'll excuse me.
Let's think positively, everyone. Truryu's right. We're better off not having someone like Kanade among us. I mean, really, living together with a criminal like that? No, thank you. Hibiki, well, she was pretty unlucky to have someone like Kanade as her family.
I thought you liked Kanade, Aroha. You depended on her for the class trials. Yeah, dude, that toxic positivity is nauseating.
That was before I knew she was a total maniac. No worries. We have Sora and Sealby on our side, and all we have to do is prevent any murders from now on. Please, let's all smile.
You think this is funny?
What?
Don't you get what kind of situation we're in? There was a murder. We've pulled through all that shit to win the class trial when the culprit wasn't even a void. We didn't get to know it Setsuka investigated. There are still 3 voids left. There were 16 of us when we started. Now there's 9 left. That's almost half of us gone. You're saying we should think positively?
You didn't have to say it like that. I just wanted everyone to feel better.
Like hell we would. We have literally no hope at all now.
Yuki, please.
Please don't take it out on Aroha. And calm down. We all feel the same. Bro. Huh? What? You said you wouldn't let anyone die from now on, right? Now there's 3 more dead bodies to add to the count. Try it harder next time, would ya?
Yuki. Why is he like that? Why is everyone bullying me?
Aroha, would it kill you to read the mood for once?
But... I'm sorry.
Shinji, why did you let Yuki act like that? 'Cause he's right in every way. I didn't keep my promise. No wonder he's acting like that. I'm such a loser. Yeah, maybe you might be right, Aaron. Sora? Why are things turning out this way? What did we do to deserve this? I'm just so tired.
No.
Don't worry, guys.
Mari!
Mari-san donated 6 Canadian dollars and 99 cents through Super Chat. Oh Jesus Christ. I think I might throw up. Can't really stop chuckling. God, I've been crying as well. God be Marielle is painful.
I'm pretty sure that Mari is like a Kanade stan. Churia.
I'll find a way out. I'm an executive at the Kisaragi Foundation. The foundation, no matter what, never lets despair get away with things. I'll protect you at whatever it may cost. Whatever it may cost.
After Chiruya left, those of us remaining one by one managed to drag our bodies out of the trial grounds. Yoriko, who couldn't stop her tears, Saroha, who looked somewhat nervous, Shinji, who looked to be deep in thought. No one spoke a word in the elevator back to the monocruise. This was a class trial more tiresome than ever. And it looked like it was going to get only harder from now on. What were we supposed to do? The first thing I did when I arrived at my room was to throw myself onto the bed. I didn't have the strength or urge to wash myself or change clothes. Perhaps I just wanted to escape from this reality. I was almost at the breaking point. I was only trying to act patient for the others who were in despair. I also wanted to cry my heart out like Yoriko. It felt painful. Yoriko's words just now rang inside my head. Why are these things happening to us? Did we do something wrong? Is this a punishment to atone for our sins? Mario, it's appreciated. I had no idea. For now, my tiresome body had given up on everything, and I decided to give in to this wave of sleep. Can I save now?
Are you there?
Over here. Why are you so startled? Do you have something to confess?
Mikado? What's up? Why did you call me so late at night?
What's up? What is up? I'll tell you what's up, you stupid little brat. Roha Nuje. Are you even aware of the fact that you're a void? No! I thought she was living! Maybe she still does. Would be a twist. Like, she's probably the one that was providing Setsuko with information. You know what? I think this makes her even more likely to live. Are you even aware of the fact that you're a void? It was your turn last time. Emma stealing your spot? That I can understand. The corrections were made in the end, after all. But if you ruin everything one more time, you're supposed to make it up the next time. There were supposed to be 2 victims in this case. A double murder. You hear me? But let's talk about what actually happened. Let's see, the cases weren't similar, and to top it off, 2 black-ins? How are you going to take responsibility for all this, Really curious what the personal tier list looks like right now.
Supercomputer donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Really curious what the personal tier list looks like right about now, if only because I was expecting you to hate Kanade way more lol.
Listen, when I rank all of the unused executions later on, which will probably be an 18+ stream just because there's going to be so much death, I will also make sure that I rank all the characters.
Well...
When I found Setsuka's corpse, I thought to myself, Well, seems like Aroha's finally pulling her own weight. I even marveled at your wits when the trial panned out as if you were the murderer. But what the hell is this outcome? I honestly couldn't have ruined these things this badly, even if I tried. Tell me, what did you accomplish on this island?
Well, I was gonna do something, but Kanade acted too quickly that
I don't want to hear excuses, you useless trash. I even gave you a tidbit before the motive reveal. You probably weren't even paying attention, were you? Are you making fun of me? Answer me. Why do you think I included someone as useless as you in our team? Legion of followers. Bitch is in his own tier. Because I don't even hate the one that I ignore as much as I hate bitch. I told you before, you're just here to fill up the numbers. You're just here for the ride, so don't worry. But even so, shouldn't you at least do what you promised to do? If this plan fails, then your life is going down the drain as well. So you're planning to go kamikaze on all of us?
Wait, but it wasn't my turn originally. I didn't even have time to discuss the plans. How was I supposed to do anything on my own?
Use his powers, for God's sake. You saw the class trial, didn't you? The outcome is already decided. You just have to have the will for it. And you're trying to make excuses when you haven't even done that much.
But...
Very well, as much as I'm disappointed in you, things didn't completely go south. It's still not too late, so I'm giving you another chance. Think of it as an act of mercy. For I am very forgiving. Next island, you're in charge of the murder there.
but...
Relax, nothing to worry. Everything will go as planned under his protection. You just gotta wish for it.
But the next island, it's that person's turn, so I think I'll just...
That person? Tsk. You really think they're still on our side? How stupid can you get?
What do you mean?
Damn brat betrayed us long ago. Didn't you notice something was off ever since we arrived on this island? Ugh, trying to ruin everything. I've already noticed it, and I'm wondering what punishment I should give out. I'm not doing this to you without any reason. Believe me, if that person was on our side, of course, I'll ditch you and leave everything to them. Stats-wise, they're far superior to an idiot like you. Nikkei. Nikkei's the void on our side. So it's just me and you. No, Kiyo, you get why things are getting serious. If you've understood, follow my orders. If you do so, you, me, and every one of us will regain happiness. Well then, I have high expectations for your marvelous murder case. Don't let me down.
But
What's the matter? Wait, don't tell me. You wouldn't dare of thinking of backstabbing me like that brat, would you?
No, I would never.
Just do it. Isn't that hard? You only have to wait just a bit longer. After all, the day of his resurrection is almost here. Now, this is the end of our conversation. If we linger any longer, someone like Siobai is bound to find us. You should head back. If I were you, I wouldn't dare think of betraying us for your own good. Poor Roa. Oh. The girl who looked in the evil abyss. I mean, yeah, it was basically still 2 victims because, as far as I'm concerned, Kanade didn't actually do anything. Yes, we're gonna save it here, and we're gonna also end here. Okay, before we can go into the Void Theater. Here we go. That was a really long stream. Thanks to everybody who hung around. We had like 35 people in at one point tonight. Like that's a big concurrent viewer. What did I get for items? The 8th note hairpin and the 16th note hairpin. Wait, what? I'm sorry, Hibiki did no wrong. I'm tired. It's 4:15 basically in the morning. And that's pretty fucking late for me. To all of you who came out tonight, yeah. I'm gonna kind of like cop out raid here and just raid somebody that I can raid on both sides. Here we go. Do. Thanks for everybody for the donations tonight. Really do appreciate it. This case was very messed up. Indeed, good night all. Fucking hell. Yeah. No. I was wrong. Don't take me at that. God damn it. Ugh. Anywho, that's all for tonight. Until next time. Bye.